Chapter 11:19. Host's strength isn't up to standard, so the study room won't be open for now. Everyone here was stunned when these words drifted out from within the study room. Yi Xian was stunned as well. Host's strength isn't up to standard? What the hell is that? The white-robed woman gazed at Yi Xian. You're not strong enough. Yi Xian blinked, and then he pointed at the study room. Who's talking inside? The white-robed woman shook her head. I don't know. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. Can you open it? The white-robed woman shook her head again. If my main body was here, then perhaps I would be able to destroy it. But I can't now. Destroy? Yi Xian's face fell. The white-robed woman smiled. Why force it when the time isn't right? Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he smiled. That's true. The white-robed woman spoke softly. I'm going to vanish. Yi Xian gazed at the white-robed woman. The white-robed woman grinned. I'll come look for you once I'm done. Live well. As she spoke, she seemed to have thought of something, and then she suddenly turned around. A middle-aged man in a luxurious robe was floating in the depths of the starry sky. The man grinned when he saw the woman look over. The white-robed woman suddenly smashed her fist forward. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slightly as he raised his arm to block. Bang! The man instantly retreated by over 1 kilometer. It wasn't just that. The man's entire arm split apart to the point his bones could be seen. Moreover, a trace of blood could be seen on the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, the woman had vanished completely. The man glanced at his arm and said softly, How strong? As soon as he finished speaking, he gazed at Yi Xian, who was in the distant starry sky. Looks like we have to reevaluate you. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. It didn't take long for the man to appear by a river. A woman in a white dress sat on the other side of the river, and she was roasting fish. The woman glanced at the man and smiled. Has that ambassador been sacrificed? The man said softly. Is it within your expectations? The woman smiled. It has nothing to do with me. The man stared at the woman. Do you really not care about this universe? The white-dressed woman smiled and said, Why should I care? Now all living things have their own thoughts and have their own destiny. Why should I care so much? As she spoke, she blinked. I don't care about anything. You won't kill me too, right? Kill. The man in luxurious robes fell silent. It wasn't that they didn't have this thought, but the price was too high. The woman in front of him was the supreme Tendo of the 5th dimension. Kill her? Even the higher-ups weren't confident. The man in the luxurious robe suddenly laughed and said, You must be joking. Tendo said with smile. I know you won't kill me. The man was curious. Why? Tendo gently nibbled on the grilled fish in his hand and then said with a smile, I'm not stopping you, so why do you want to kill me? Look, I didn't stop you from releasing Shen Gong and the beings of the dark world. The man looked at the Tendo. Why didn't you stop him? Tendo blinked. Why should I? The man said in a deep voice. You are the Tendo of this universe. Tendo smiled and said, It's nothing. Tendo is not a Tendo. I'm just a member of this universe. Moreover, I've already said it just now. All living things have their own thoughts and have their own destiny. Why should I interfere? As she spoke, she looked at the man and raised the grilled fish in his hand. Want to eat grilled fish? The man looked deeply at the Tendo. Then he turned around and disappeared. By the river, the woman shook her head and smiled, continuing to grill fish. After a while, the man came to the dark world again. At this moment, the dark world was already shattered. This place had just taken a punch from that woman. The man looked at the shattered dark world around him, and his expression gradually became serious. That woman's strength was stronger than he had imagined. If the other party was in her original body, this punch was enough to destroy the entire dark world. Who was that woman? After a long silence, the man walked into the distance. Soon, the man came in front of a black tower. The man looked up at the top of the tower. The tower had already cracked and was in pieces. At this moment, a voice came from the tower. Do you still want to target that Yi Xian? The man nodded. We must get that book house. Inside the tower, the voice said. Is it possible for us to retreat? The man looked at the tower and smiled. Are you afraid? At this moment, the tower's door suddenly opened and a man in black walked out. This person was the Lord of the dark world. He had once fought with the Tendo. The Lord walked in front of the man. "We have suffered heavy losses," the man said softly. "This is something we did not expect." The Lord looked at the man. "Can you really defeat him? This fellow is an out-and-out powerful second generation." The man smiled. "You seem to have underestimated us." The Lord chuckled. "No, I overestimated you." The man looked at the Lord. "Why didn't the sword sect come? Why didn't the Xiao Dao come out of the pawn shop? Why didn't the Tendo come out?" The Lord said with a smile. "But the fact is that Yi Xian is still alive, and he is doing fine." The man said in a deep voice. "That woman's appearance was something we did not expect." The Lord shook his head and smiled. "We will retreat." The man looked at the Lord. "We blocked the Tendo for you." The Lord looked at the man. "We have suffered heavy losses. Did you not see it?" The man was silent for a long time before saying, "Lord, what is your goal? To exterminate the Tendo? To dominate the fifth dimension?" The Lord smiled. "Can't I?" The man chuckled. "The fifth dimension tribulation is coming. You will all die." The Lord narrowed his eyes. "Weren't you living well before?" The man smiled. "Don't think that you will get lucky. This fifth dimension tribulation is stronger than any of the previous ones." The Lord looked at the man. "Why?" The man said softly, "Because this universe is beyond cure. Even if it is serious, it must be treated. If you think back to the past, you will find that each fifth dimension tribulation is stronger than the last." The Lord was silent. The man smiled and said, "If we leave this universe, do you think that the Tendo will still let your dark world run wild?" The Lord suddenly said, "Why not kill her?" The man asked, "Why should I kill her?" The Lord looked at the man and did not speak. The man smiled. "Lord, let's talk about how to deal with that Yi Xian." He paused and then said, "Of course, the dark world has suffered heavy losses this time. The higher-ups have also seen it. Therefore, I have brought compensation for you." After saying so, he took out a box. Inside the box was a thumb-sized white medicinal pill. The man smiled. "This pill can not only heal your injuries, it can also help you advance further." Hearing this, the man narrowed his eyes. Advance further. Above the ruler tier was the shattering void tier. What was the shattering void tier? This world was a combination of reality and illusion. With the combination of illusion and reality, how many people could see through the maze of the world's origin? See through their own origin? Shattering void tier was to break through the boundary between reality and illusion, shatter all the barriers and transcend. Above the shattering void tier, there was another tier, and that was return to origin breaking realm. Return to origin breaking realm. One's own cultivation level return to the origin, breaking through the realm to be reborn. This realm was the realm of this universe. To achieve this, the number of ancient times could be counted on one's fingers. As far as he was concerned, in the entire fifth dimension, perhaps only the Tendo had reached this tier. However, he did not dare to be sure, because the Tendo hid too deeply. And above return to origin breaking realm was the legendary escape realm. Escape from the Great Path, but not within the Great Path. This realm in his eyes was illusory and somewhat fake. Who could escape from the Great Path? In front of the Lord, the man smiled. "Lord, once this matter is over, before the fifth dimension tribulation comes, we will protect you and your dark world." The Lord looked at the man, and the man smiled. "To tell you the truth, the higher-ups want one of their own to control this universe." The Lord suddenly asked, "How should I address you?" The man said, "You can call me Venerable Envoy." The Lord looked directly at the Venerable Envoy. "Are you from the fifth dimension or the upper realm?" The Venerable Envoy smiled. "I am from the fifth dimension." The Lord chuckled. "But I feel that the higher-ups have ulterior motives." The Venerable Envoy chuckled. "So what? At the very least, they are helping me, and also helping you. Lord, you should understand that if they did not appear, do you think the Tendo would let you come out like this?" The Lord was silent. The Venerable Envoy then said, "Let me ask you another question. Lord, if you fight with the Tendo now, What are your chances of winning? Hearing this, the Lord slowly clenched his right hand. The venerable envoy handed the box to the Lord. The Lord looked at the venerable envoy. I can deal with Yi Xian, but the woman behind him. The venerable envoy suddenly said. We will deal with her. Don't worry, we will not let you deal with someone you cannot defeat. What you need to do now is to heal your injuries. As for what happens next, wait for my orders. The Lord nodded and took the box. Then he turned around and disappeared. The venerable envoy remained silent for a moment, then disappeared as well. In the sky above Shaman City, after the Dark World experts retreated, Yi Xian looked at Shen Gong in front of him. As for the study room, he did not think about it for the time being, because he had tried several ways to open it, but to no avail. Not strong enough. Yi Xian really wanted to curse. Not strong enough to open it. Wasn't this toying with him? He really wanted to throw the study room away. This thing was really inviting trouble. In the distance, Shen Gong saw Yi Xian look over. He sneered. Yi Xian, do you think this matter will end like this? At this moment, Amu appeared beside Yi Xian. Did you kill him? Yi Xian shook his head. He is useful. He knew nothing about the Dark World and the righteous gods of the Tendo era. But this old man in front of him knew a lot. Here, many righteous gods had not appeared yet. Why should he not seize this opportunity? Thinking of this, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth lifted slightly. Seeing this scene, Shen Gong said fiercely, Yi Xian, what are you up to now? Old man, let me tell you, a scholar can be killed but not humiliated. Old man. Yi Xian suddenly pressed his sword against Shen Gong's eyebrows. Do you want to die? As long as you say yes, I will use this sword to absorb you now. Shen Gong looked at Yi Xian. After a moment he said, I want to live. P.S. An ambulance came to the neighborhood next door. What a panic. Chapter 11:20. He wanted to live. Hearing Shen Gong's words, Amu and the others had weird expressions. This was a god. Yet he was afraid of death? Yi Xian wasn't surprised. Even ants wanted to live. Yi Xian directly put Shen Gong into soul-suppressing sword. With soul-suppressing sword, Shen Gong couldn't resist at all. Yi Xian looked at soul-suppressing sword. How did it feel to absorb that soul? Little Soul's excited voice sounded. Very nourishing. Very, very nourishing. If there's another one, I will break through again. Breakthrough. Yi Xian chuckled. There will be plenty of opportunities. With that said, he turned to look at Little Seven and the others. He walked in front of them. Are you all here? Little Seven nodded. Anlancio glanced at Yi Xian. Rebirth? Yi Xian nodded. Anlancio said softly, so fast. Yi Xian turned to look at Amu. Can you let them enter the tomb to cultivate? Amu nodded. Of course. Although these women's cultivation levels were low, their combat strength was ridiculously high. They were all geniuses. If they could reach rebirth, their combat strength would be extremely strong. Yi Xian looked at Little Seven and the others. Stay in Wu Clan and let Wu Clan help you reach rebirth. Anlancio nodded. Then the women looked at Amu. Amu smiled. Follow me. With that said, she left with the women. Yi Xian walked in front of A Qian. A Qian looked at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. Yi Xian opened his palm, and a storage ring appeared in his hand. He handed the storage ring to A Qian. God Master, these are the treasures of the various clans of the Sky Clan. They are returned to their rightful owners. A Qian looked at Yi Xian. Return it to me? Yi Xian nodded. In the past, the Tian clan was his enemy, so of course he wouldn't show any mercy. But now, the Tian clan had helped him time and time again, so he naturally had to return these treasures to their rightful owners. He had to be cruel and ruthless to his enemies, but he had to be true to his own people. If they did not betray him, he would not betray them. A Qian didn't refuse and put away the storage ring. At this moment, Yi Xian flicked his finger, and 500 wisps of purple energy appeared in front of A Qian. When he saw the purple gas, A Qian's expression changed. This violet qi was too pure. Yi Xian said solemnly, all of you are heavily injured. This item has a miraculous healing effect. A Qian nodded and didn't refuse. She withdrew the violet energy and asked, what are your plans now? Yi Xian chuckled and said, I don't have any plans. There's only one thing I can do, fight. A Qian looked at Yi Xian. Are you confident? Yi Xian smiled and said, It's not a question of whether I'm confident or not. It's just that this is the only choice we have. A Qian remained silent for a long time before she nodded, and then she turned around and left. Just as Yi Xian had said, the Wu clan and the Tian clan didn't have a choice now. They could only choose to fight. After all, the Tian clan was already standing on Yi Xian's side. Right at this moment, Yi Ling suddenly said, Big brother, I want to go somewhere. Yi Xian looked at Yi Ling, and Yi Ling pointed to the right. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Why? Yi Ling said in a low voice, Something over there is calling me. Yi Xian glanced to the right, and then he said, I'll go with you. Yi Ling nodded. Yi Xian led Yi Ling to the right, and it didn't take long for them to arrive at the tomb. And in that cemetery, Yi Xian saw the old tombkeeper again. The tombkeeper was stunned when he saw Yi Xian, and then he said, What are you doing? Yi Xian grinned. Greetings, senior. The tombkeeper glanced at Yi Xian and remained silent. Obviously, he didn't welcome Yi Xian very much. Yi Xian smiled, and then he gazed at Yi Ling. Yi Ling was walking towards a tomb. The tombkeeper frowned when he saw this, and he was about to stop Yi Ling. However, the weapon in front of the tomb suddenly trembled violently, and then it transformed into a ray of dark light that shot into the center of Yi Ling's forehead. Bang! Yi Ling's figure trembled violently, and then a ray of dark light swept out from within her. Yi Xian and the tombkeeper were both stunned at the sight of this. A short while later, the tombkeeper gazed at the tomb and spoke softly. Have you chosen her? Or? Yi Xian gazed at the tombkeeper. Senior, what's going on? The tombkeeper fell silent for a moment before he said, The senior within the tomb has chosen her. Yi Xian asked, Who's in the tomb? The tombkeeper glanced at Yi Xian. Someone I don't know. Yi Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, Yi Ling walked over to the tomb, and there was a trace of confusion in her eyes as she gazed at the tombstone. Yi Xian walked over to Yi Ling's side. What's wrong? Yi Ling spoke softly. Big brother, I'm going to stay here for some time. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, Here? Yi Ling nodded. Yi Xian wanted to say something else, but the tombkeeper spoke abruptly. It's her fortune. Yi Xian gazed at the tomb, and he fell silent for a moment before he said, All right. I'll come back in 2 days. Yi Ling nodded. Yi Xian didn't say anything else, and he just turned around and left. Yi Ling gazed at the tomb in front of her, and her gaze gradually became slightly infatuated. After leaving the tomb, Yi Xian arrived at the Kingdom of Great Desolation. As soon as he arrived at the Kingdom of Great Desolation, Yi Xian saw 2 corpses, a woman and a birdman. On the city wall, Arrow stood silently. Yi Xian appeared by Arrow's side and spoke softly. Did you kill them? Arrow nodded. I wanted to look for them, but it's over there. Yi Xian smiled. Thank you. Arrow glanced at Yi Xian. You're welcome. Yi Xian smiled faintly. Arrow, how strong is he? He had always been curious about this point. One must know that Lu Yunxian from the sword sect was a notch weaker than Arrow. Arrow was silent. Yi Xian smiled. I'm just curious. Arrow looked up at the sky and said softly, If it's one-on-one, I'm invincible in the ruler realm. Invincible in the ruler realm. Yi Xian understood. Arrow looked at Yi Xian. I'm about to break through. Breakthrough. Yi Xian was stunned. Arrow asked, surprised. Yi Xian smiled. A little. What's above the ruler realm? Arrow said, Void Breaker. She paused, then continued. I was about to break through not long ago, but I'm suppressing it. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why? Arrow was silent. Yi Xian said softly, Because of me? Arrow nodded. Now I can't suppress it anymore. She looked at Yi Xian. Next, I may not be able to help. Yi Xian smiled. Don't worry about breaking through. I will take care of myself. Arrow nodded slightly. Take care of yourself. She turned and walked towards the Dahuang Kingdom's palace. Soon, Arrow disappeared from Yi Xian's sight. Yi Xian smiled, then turned and left. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at the boundless underground city. Soon Yi Xian arrived at the boundless underground city. Yi Xian walked into the pawn shop. In the pawn shop, apart from the Taoist, there was also an old man. This old man was none other than Jiangchen. Yi Xian glanced at the old man, then smiled. Is it you who stopped Miss Xiao Dao? Jiangchen stood up and said softly, Many apologies for the offense. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, but Xiao Dao suddenly said, Let's go. Jiangchen hesitated, then said, Miss Xiao Dao, young friend Yi Xian, this old man was wrong. As he spoke, he opened his palm, and a storage ring flew in front of Yi Xian. My young friend, this is a dried corpse that I've refined over the years. It's equivalent to a peak sovereign realm powerhouse. I hope my young friend will accept it and end this karma. Yi Xian fell silent, but Xiao Dao put them away. Let's go. Jiangchen bowed slightly, then quietly left. Xiao Dao threw the spatial ring to Yi Xian. Take it. These 2 dried corpses will be of great help. Yi Xian still didn't accept them. Xiao Dao rolled her eyes at Yi Xian. Just think of it as doing me a favor, all right? Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Miss Xiao Dao is too serious. He put away the storage ring after saying this. Xiao Dao said softly, This person isn't bad. In the past he followed Tendo and fought against the dark world and the righteous gods. He paid a great price for this universe. Moreover, he has never done anything bad in his life. He came to restrain me this time because his lifespan is almost up, and he wants to live a bit longer. Yi Xian smiled. But I think he will still follow them. Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. If that's the case, I will kill him for you. Yi Xian fell silent. Xiao Dao suddenly said, Why did they come to find me? Yi Xian said in a solemn voice, They're targeting the sword sect, right? Xiao Dao smiled. Don't worry about the sword sect. Yi Xian was a little perplexed. Why? Xiao Dao said softly, They can at most restrain the sword sect, but they don't have the strength to pose a threat to the sword sect. Unless? Yi Xian asked. Unless what? Xiao Dao smiled. Nothing. In any case, don't worry about the sword sect. You should worry more about yourself. Yi Xian fell silent for a long time before saying, I know about Shengong's background, but the dark world and the people behind it. Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. The dark world is a race that Tendo suppressed in the past, and they are very powerful. And behind them are the people from above. Yi Xian frowned. 6th dimension? Xiao Dao shook his head. That place is a bit special, as long as you know, they're here for the book house. Book house? Yi Xian was a little puzzled. Wasn't my book house left behind by the prophet? What do they want my book house for? Xiao Dao smiled. It's because the prophet left it, that's why they're here. Yi Xian said in a solemn voice. The prophet came from above. This book house is also from above? Xiao Dao said softly. You're half right. Yi Xian asked. What do you mean? Xiao Dao said in a solemn voice. This matter has to start from the prophet. It was brought down by the prophet, and this thing is definitely related to the 5th dimension tribulation. Of course, for the people above, this thing is not simple. Yi Xian looked at Xiao Dao. There is also a 5th dimension tribulation up there? Xiao Dao shook his head. Not up there. Yi Xian frowned. Why? Xiao Dao pondered for a moment, then said. The system up there is different from here. Up there, not everyone can cultivate. They have always maintained a balance. Of course, they also have their own problems, natural disasters and man-made disasters. The 5th dimension is a natural disaster, while their place is a man-made disaster. However, it's a little better than here. Chapter 1121. Inside the pawn shop, Yi Xian was silent. At this moment, he realized that this matter was getting more and more complicated. The study room. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the study room appeared in his hand. Yi Xian said softly, What exactly is inside? He was getting more and more curious about the study room left behind by the prophet. Xiao Dao looked at the study room. After a moment she said softly, Why didn't you open it before? Yi Xian said in a deep voice, It said that I wasn't strong enough and couldn't open it. Hearing this, Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. It said that. Yi Xian nodded. Xiao Dao chuckled. It seems that this really was left behind by the prophet. You are the host of this study room. Yi Xian shook his head. I can't open this thing. Xiao Dao smiled. That's because the time isn't right. I believe that the prophet must have his reasons for doing this. Yi Xian looked at Xiao Dao. Miss Xiao Dao, I've always been curious about you. Xiao Dao's identity. Not only him, but it should be said that everyone was curious. No one was able to find out Xiao Dao's identity. No one knew who she was. Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. My identity has nothing to do with you, and it won't affect you. Yi Xian said with a smile. I'm just curious. That's all. Xiao Dao was silent for a moment, then said, I came here because I'm injured. Of course, there are some reasons that I can't resist. And in this world, the only one who can heal my injury is that white little fellow. Yi Xian asked, Is it that white furry little guy? Xiao Dao nodded. Yes. Yi Xian asked, You've seen her real body before, right? Xiao Dao nodded slightly. Yes. Yi Xian glanced at Xiao Dao. I think he's quite easy to talk to. Xiao Dao said softly. She's quite easy to talk to. However, when I first came to this world, I didn't care about the living beings in this universe. When I saw her, I didn't ask for her help. Instead, I took her by force. Yi Xian asked, You didn't succeed? Xiao Dao shook his head. The people around her are all good at fighting. Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian and said, My goal is very simple. I hope that when you see her in person in the future, she can heal me. Only with her help can I fully recover from my injury. Yi Xian nodded. No problem at all. Get ready. Xiao Dao said softly. Yi Xian was puzzled. Prepare for what? Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian and said, Do you really think they will give up? Believe me, the next time, their attack will be even fiercer. Even the Lord of the Dark World will take action. That person had once challenged the heavenly Tao. Tendo. Yi Xian hurriedly said, Do you know where Tendo is? Xiao Dao nodded. I know. Yi Xian asked, Can you bring me to see her? Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian and said, You want to join forces with her? Yi Xian nodded. Xiao Dao shook his head. If she wanted to make a move, she would have done it long ago. That woman must be plotting something again. Yi Xian was silent. Xiao Dao said, I'll go see her and see what she is playing. Yi Xian hesitated and said, Can you bring me there? Xiao Dao nodded and said, Let's go. With that, she led Yi Xian and disappeared from the pawnshop. Soon, the two of them appeared by a river. There was a woman squatting by the river. She had her head lowered and her black hair flowed into the river. Washing her hair, Yi Xian blinked and said, She is Tendo? Xiao Dao nodded. Yi Xian had a strange expression. This was different from what he had expected. Xiao Dao led Yi Xian to the woman. The woman rubbed her hair lightly and stood up. When she stood up, her hair was dry. However, Yi Xian was struck dumb. He had seen this woman before. He had seen her during the trial of the Wu clan. Tendo looked at Yi Xian and waved. She smiled and said, We meet again. Yi Xian was speechless. Tendo looked at Xiao Dao and said, Xiao Dao, you have recovered a lot from your injuries. Congratulations. Xiao Dao was expressionless and said, Do you know that the seal of the dark world has been undone? Tendo nodded and said, I know. Xiao Dao asked again, Do you know that the gods that you had sealed are coming out? Tendo nodded slightly and said, I know. Xiao Dao looked at Tendo and said, You don't care? Tendo blinked and said, I'm alone. I can't defeat them. Xiao Dao stared at Tendo and said, Don't talk nonsense. What do you want to do? Tendo smiled and said, It's not that I want to do anything. I can't do anything. She pointed around and said, Look, there is a barrier around us. It is specially used to deal with me. Xiao Dao said in a deep voice, Can these broken things stop you? Tendo smiled and didn't say anything. Xiao Dao wanted to say something, but Tendo suddenly said, Xiao Dao, will you protect this universe? Xiao Dao looked at Tendo and was silent. Tendo smiled and said, It's fine even if you don't protect this universe because you are not a person of this universe. As for me, I will always protect this universe. Most of the time, not taking action is also a kind of protection. She looked at Yi Xian and said, It's just that my way is a little different from yours. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, then why don't we join forces? Tendo smiled and said, you see the difficulties in front of you, but I see the future. Yi Xian was silent and said. Tendo looked at Xiao Dao and said, right now everyone and many living beings are only thinking about themselves and not this universe. Xiao Dao said softly, I understand. Then she turned and left with Yi Xian. As soon as Xiao Dao and Yi Xian left, the envoy appeared not far from Tendo. He looked at Xiao Dao and said, you have made a very wise decision. Tendo shook her head and smiled. I have seen many people since ancient times. Do you know what the biggest weakness of humans is? The envoy looked at Xiao Dao and said, what is it? Tendo blinked and said, that is most of the time they don't know their own limits and don't know what they are worth. For example, you. Then she turned and left. In the field, the envoy clenched his fists and was thinking about something. In the starry sky, Yi Xian and Xiao Dao walked side by side. Xiao Dao suddenly said softly, we have been neglecting one thing, and that is her identity. Yi Xian said in a low voice, what do you mean? Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian and said, she is Tendo. She is not human. She will protect this universe, but she will not protect the humans in this universe. Hearing this, Yi Xian understood. The heavenly Dao was protecting this universe. And he, Yi Xian, protects the people around him. His goal and Tendo's could be said to be the same, but also different. For now, their goal is the same, but Yi Xian knows that if the people of this universe harm this universe, then the people of this universe will be Tendo's enemy. At this time, Xiao Dao said softly, I understand her intention. She's not doing anything, and it's very obvious that she wants to borrow your strength to deal with the higher-ups. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Not the righteous gods of the Dark World prison? Xiao Dao glanced at Yi Xian and said, do you think she cares about those people? Yi Xian fell silent. Xiao Dao said, those people are imprisoning her because they are afraid that she will help you. Actually, she would love for nothing more than for them to target you. As she spoke, she shook her head and sighed. Those idiots. Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao Dao glanced at Yi Xian and said, I'm going somewhere. Take care. As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished into the starry sky. Yi Xian fell silent for a moment and said, Senior ninth floor, are you still there? There was no response. Yi Xian was stunned. This fellow isn't here? Ninth floor hasn't spoken in a very long time. Yi Xian called out a few more times, but there was still no response from ninth floor. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Did something happen to this fellow? After a moment of silence, Yi Xian decided to ignore this fellow. He waved his right hand and ninth appeared in front of him. As he gazed at ninth, he'd almost forgotten about this woman when he was trying to break through to the rebirth state. Exactly how strong this woman is still a mystery. Charge her. Yi Xian glanced around. Soon he disappeared from where he was. Soon, he took Jiu to a place where there was sunlight. When Jiu came into contact with the sunlight, her body suddenly started to tremble. It's effective. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. This ninth is really trying to break through to the solar realm. Yi Xian sized ninth up curiously. He was extremely curious about ninth's origins. This woman hated humans, but she didn't hate him. Moreover, she was ridiculously strong. Who exactly is this woman? At this time, ninth floor's jade-like hands suddenly trembled. Gradually, her eyes opened, but she was still a bit weak. Yi Xian hurriedly asked, How do you feel? Ninth floor looked at Yi Xian and blinked. It's you. Yi Xian smiled. It's me. How are you? How do you feel? Ninth floor softly said, I'm still a bit weak. I need to charge up more. Yi Xian nodded. Okay. Charge up more. Ninth floor blinked. Is humanity extinct? Yi Xian's face darkened. This woman still wants to destroy humanity. This idea is too dangerous. Ninth floor suddenly said, No, the fifth dimension tribulation hasn't arrived yet. Yi Xian nodded. It hasn't arrived yet. Ninth floor frowned. Why don't you wait for the fifth dimension tribulation to arrive before waking me up? Yi Xian. At this time, ninth floor slowly stood up. She slowly clenched her fists and stretched her body. After a moment, Ninth floor looked at Yi Xian. Let's go kill people. With that, she turned and walked away. Yi Xian hurriedly pulled ninth floor back. Don't. Ninth floor looked at Yi Xian. What's the matter? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before saying, how long can you charge up this battery? Ninth floor blinked. I don't know. Yi Xian's face darkened. This woman's heart is too big. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. How about this? You charge up a bit more. Ninth floor thought about it and nodded. All right. Yi Xian asked. You hate humans so much, why don't you hate me? Ninth floor blinked and said, because you're one of us. Yi Xian's face darkened. Don't tell me that I was also created by someone. I'll go crazy. P.S. Recently, I don't dare to go out. I'm a bit afraid of death. Chapter 11:22. Number 9 looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile. Of course you're not. I said it. You're one of us. Yi Xian frowned slightly. What do you mean? Number 9 blinked. In any case, you're one of us. Yi Xian was speechless. This woman didn't want to say it. Number 9 suddenly said, are we going to kill people? Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, how about this? You've just woken up. For safety's sake, you should rest a bit more. I'll go find people, and I'll call you out when there are more people. Is that okay? Number 9 looked at Yi Xian. You don't want me to kill people? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said with a smile. I feel that some people deserve to die, and some people don't. We should choose to kill selectively, not indiscriminately. Number 9 thought for a long time, and then he said, fine, I'll live in your xiaotao for now. If there are more people, or if you feel that there are people who deserve to be killed, call me out. Yi Xian hurriedly said, all right. Number 9 nodded slightly, and then she entered the prison pagoda. Seeing this woman enter the prison pagoda, Yi Xian immediately heaved a sigh of relief. If this woman really didn't listen, then he really couldn't do anything. This woman's strength was at least not inferior to Arrow. After number 9 entered the prison pagoda, Yi Xian took out the soul-suppressing sword, and then he released Shen Gong. Yi Xian looked at Shen Gong in front of him. You want to release those righteous gods of Buzhou Divine Mountain? Shen Gong looked at Yi Xian. Yes. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, let them out, and then go fight against the Tendo? Shen Gong was silent. Find the Tendo for revenge? It had to be said that he wanted to as well, but he knew that if they didn't rely on other forces, they wouldn't be enough to deal with the Tendo. That woman was so strong that they couldn't go against her at all. One had to know that so many righteous gods had failed back then. Yi Xian suddenly smiled and said, I've seen Tendo before. Shen Gong looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian chuckled. Do you really think that the higher-ups can trap her? Shen Gong frowned. What do you mean? Yi Xian smiled and said, think about it. You came out, and the dark beings of the dark world came out. Why didn't she attack? Are you unable to make a move, or are you deliberately not making a move? Shen Gong's face gradually became gloomy. She didn't do it on purpose. As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian. That woman wants to use you to get rid of us. Yi Xian gave him a thumbs up. Smart. Shen Gong's face was gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. Yi Xian suddenly said, forgive me for being blunt, but you guys can't beat her. And you chose to believe the people from the upper realm. Tell me honestly, do you believe them? Shen Gong was expressionless. What can I do if I don't believe them? Without their help, how can I open that seal? Yi Xian pointed at himself. Shen Gong stared at Yi Xian. If you were willing to help, how would I end up like this? Yi Xian sighed in a low voice. Shen Gong, were you looking for help back then? Think about your attitude back then. Shen Gong was silent. Yi Xian continued. Shen Gong, I Yi Xian, am a straightforward person. I don't want to play tricks. I'll be frank with you. I can help you to unlock the seal of the underground well, but you guys have to help me. Shen Gong looked at Yi Xian. You still want to use us? Yi Xian shrugged. Then they can continue to stay in there. I don't care. With that, he turned around and left. At this moment, Shen Gong suddenly said, let's talk. Yi Xian turned to look at Shen Gong. Shen Gong said in a low voice. Let them out. We'll help you. Yi Xian looked at Shen Gong. Can you make the decision for them? Shen Gong shook his head. No. Yi Xian spread his hands. Then what the hell are we talking about? Shen Gong said in a low voice. If they want to come out, they have to rely on you. You can make them swear. Yi Xian blinked. What's the use of swearing? Shen Gong glanced at Yi Xian. What do you think? Yi Xian thought for a while and said, Come, let's go to Mount Buzhou. I'll talk to them. With that, he kept Shen Gong's soul, and was about to leave. Meanwhile, a furious howl suddenly resounded. No! As soon as the voice resounded, a black shadow flew out from Yi Xian's arm, and it didn't take long for an enormous dragon to appear in front of Yi Xian. It was the true dragon. Yi Xian gazed at the true dragon. If you didn't come out, I would have almost forgotten about you. The true dragon stared at Yi Xian. Human, those righteous gods can't be released. Yi Xian spoke indifferently. Why? The true dragon said angrily. They were sealed by Tendo. Yi Xian gazed at the true dragon. Did Tendo say that they can't be released? The true dragon was stunned, and then he said, In any case, they can't be released. Yi Xian smiled. What if I want to? The true dragon gazed at Yi Xian. He was just about to flare up, but he seemed to have thought of something, and his rage subsided. At this moment, he suddenly realized that this human's current strength was completely capable of killing him. After all, Yi Xian was currently at the second level of the mortal sword realm, and he was even at the rebirth realm. With the executing heaven sword, it wouldn't be difficult to break through his defenses. The true dragon said solemnly, Human, if you release them, you'll be making an enemy out of Tendo. Yi Xian shook his head. You're wrong. What is Tendo's intention? It's to protect this universe. If I lead these righteous gods against the higher realm, not only will she not be angry, she'll be happy instead. The true dragon shook his head. My duty is to protect the seal of sacred mountain Buzhou. Yi Xian gazed at the true dragon and smiled. I've seen Tendo. You've seen it too. However, you didn't dare to come out. The true dragon fell silent. He had seen Tendo. He didn't dare to come out. He feared that woman from the bottom of his bones. Yi Xian smiled. Xiao Dao and I both know her. Does she really not know what we're doing? If she comes out to stop me when I open the seal, I'll give up. What do you think? After a moment of silence, the true dragon nodded. Yi Xian nodded and disappeared. The true dragon glanced at the end of the starry sky and disappeared as well. Before long, Yi Xian appeared on sacred mountain Buzhou. He went to the well and looked down from above. It was pitch black and he couldn't see anything. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the soul-suppressing sword appeared in his hand. At this moment, Shen Gong's soul flew out from the sword. Shen Gong looked down. After a moment of silence, he said, Is Tai here? A moment later, a voice suddenly came from within. Shen Gong. Shen Gong said solemnly, I've brought a human king. At this moment, an illusory face suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Tai. Tai looked at Yi Xian. The current human king. Yi Xian nodded. Tai said, Tell me your conditions. Yi Xian looked at Tai and smiled. It's very simple. First, after you come out, you can't seek revenge on Tendo. At least not before the fifth dimension. Second, after you come out, you have to help me fight against the upper realm. Tai looked at Yi Xian. You know Tendo? Yi Xian shook his head. I've only met her twice. Tai said softly. Even if you don't say it, we won't seek revenge on her. Back then, we had more than 100 people, but we were still defeated by her. Now we only have 29 people. Aren't we looking for death if we seek revenge on her? Yi Xian looked at Tai. This guy understood. Tai continued. As for helping you fight against the upper realm, we owe you a favor for saving us. It's only right for us to help you. However, we can only help you twice. After that, we won't owe each other anything. What do you think? Twice. Yi Xian thought about it and nodded. All right. Tai nodded. Then I'll have to trouble you, my young friend. Yi Xian looked at Shen Gong. Look at how polite he is. This is what a true god should be like. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the man ruler seal appeared in his hand. Just as he was about to activate it, A powerful aura suddenly came from the sky. The next moment, a man appeared not far away from Yi Xian. The man was the honorable envoy. Seeing the honorable envoy, Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. This guy actually came. Tai looked at the honorable envoy and said nothing. The honorable envoy smiled. True God Tai, we can help you get out. Tai looked at the honorable envoy. People from the upper realm? The honorable envoy nodded. Yes. Not only can we help you get out, but we can also help you get revenge. Tai looked calm. You want to help us fight against Tendo? The honorable envoy nodded. That Tendo is currently imprisoned by us. Yi Xian suddenly smiled, but he did not speak. The honorable envoy looked at Yi Xian. You don't believe me? Yi Xian laughed. I believe you. You're the best. Haha. The honorable envoy narrowed his eyes and a murderous glint flashed in his eyes. Yi Xian looked at Tai. Senior Tai, what do you think? Tai was silent. The honorable envoy said. Tai, if you let him save you, you'll be making an enemy of the upper realm. Moreover, this person is preventing you from getting revenge on Tendo. You can imagine his relationship with Tendo. Tai looked at Yi Xian and said, What do you think? Yi Xian smiled. I'll see what you mean, senior. If you let me save him, I'll do it. If you choose to let them save him, I won't stop you either. Whether we're enemies or friends, I'm fine with it. Tai turned to look at the honorable envoy. You said that you've imprisoned Tendo? The honorable envoy nodded. Tai asked again. Why didn't you kill him? The honorable envoy smiled. It's only a matter of time. Tai shook his head. You're thinking too simply of her. There's only one reason why she allowed you to imprison him. She did it on purpose so that she could watch all of you court death. The honorable envoy looked at Tai and smiled. Tai, you have to think this through. A single choice could consign all of you to eternal damnation. At that moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, I won't force you, Senior Tai. I'll say it again. Senior Tai, make your own choice. Tai suddenly looked at Shen Gong. Who do you think will win? Shen Gong. Hearing that, the honorable envoy's lips curled up slightly. Shen Gong was on their side. Of course he would help them. At that moment, Shen Gong suddenly pointed at Yi Xian. Choose him. The honorable envoy was stunned. Tai looked at Shen Gong. Why? Shen Gong said in a low voice. He has many backers. Yi Xian was speechless. Chapter 11:23. The emissary's face was extremely gloomy. He hadn't expected that Shen Gong would actually choose Yi Xian. Was this guy's brain damaged? He was about to speak when Shen Gong suddenly gazed at Tai. If everyone wants to live, then choose him. Tai turned around to gaze at Yi Xian. Young brother, we're willing to form good karma with you. Yi Xian immediately pressed his fingers together and pointed forward, and a ray of light shot into the mortal ruler seal. The seal shook violently, and then Yi Xian gazed at the seal. Break! As soon as he finished speaking, the mortal ruler seal transformed into a ray of golden light that smashed against the seal. Bang! The entire well shook violently, and then countless blood-red talismans floated up from within it. The blood-red talismans gradually vanished one by one. The emissary's eyes narrowed slightly when he witnessed this scene, and he was about to attack. Meanwhile, Yi Xian smiled and said, If I were you, I would flee right now. The emissary clenched his right fist. Meanwhile, a powerful aura suddenly shot into the sky from the well below. The emissary didn't hesitate to turn around and vanish into the sky. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. The middle-aged man had long hair that hung loosely on his shoulders, and his entire body emanated a powerful aura. His aura was even stronger than the emissary from before. An expert. It was Tai who'd spoken to him just now. Tai gazed at Yi Xian. Thank you, young brother. Yi Xian smiled. I have my own selfish motives as well. Tai nodded slightly. It's my duty. Tai hesitated for a moment before he said, We've just escaped, and our bodies haven't fully recovered. So, we have to stay here for some time. Young brother, just let us know if you need anything, and we'll rush over right away. Yi Xian smiled. All right. As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed with his finger, and 100 strands of violet energy descended before Tai Yi. Tai Yi was visibly moved when he saw those strands of violet energy. Yi Xian smiled. It should be useful to all of you. Tai Yi did not refuse. He cupped his fists and said, "Thank you." Yi Xian smiled. "Everyone, please focus on healing. I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first." With that, he looked at Shen Gong. "You've regained your freedom." As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the horizon. After Yi Xian left, Tai Yi slowly closed his eyes. Shen Gong asked in a low voice, "Why did you choose him?" Tai Yi said softly, "The envoy told me that they imprisoned Tendo." As he said that, he sneered, How naive." Shen Gong nodded. "Now that I think about it, I also feel that there is something fishy about this. How could the heavenly Tao be imprisoned by them so easily? If they had such strength, wouldn't it be a piece of cake to kill Yi Xian?" "That's not right either." Tai Yi looked at Shen Gong. "Why? Is the person behind that young man stronger than the Tendo?" Shen Gong said in a low voice. "I don't know. I only know that the other party is very, very strong. There is a huge force behind him called Honorable Swordsmen. They came to help him in the past. 12 swordsmen came, and each of them was an ordinary sword. Apart from that, there was a white-robed woman behind him. She only sent a clone, but she shattered my body with one punch. I couldn't fight back at all." Tai Yi frowned slightly. "Couldn't fight back at all?" Shen Gong nodded. "Couldn't fight back at all." Hearing that, Tai Yi's expression gradually became solemn. Shen Gong continued, "And there was a woman in a plain dress behind him. I don't know how strong she is." As he said that, he shook his head. "I feel that there are still some people behind him. In short, choosing him was the right choice." Tai Yi nodded. "The situation is complicated now. We have to keep a low profile. Otherwise, I'm afraid we won't just be sealed. We'll be destroyed." Shen Gong suddenly said, "Aren't we going to take revenge on the Tendo?" Tai Yi shook his head. "We don't have that strength anymore. That woman, be it in terms of strength or means, is above us. I don't want to be enemies with her anymore. As you said, she didn't care about anything this time. There must be a big conspiracy." Shen Gong suddenly said, "I think she wants to use Yi Xian to get rid of us, the Dark World, and the people from the Upper Realm." Tai Yi looked at Shen Gong. Shen Gong said softly, "Her goal is to protect this universe, not the people in this universe. So, she wants both of us to suffer so that she can reap the benefits." Saying this, he paused and said, "She sealed us for so many years. I don't want to accept it either. But she really makes people despair." Tai Yi nodded slightly. "What we need to do now is to live well, and not take revenge, because our strength doesn't allow us to." As he spoke, he withdrew the violet energy, turned around and entered the well. Meanwhile, Shen Gong fell silent for a moment before he followed Tai Yi down the well. Divine Mount Buzhou had regained its calm. Yi Xian suddenly stopped after he left Divine Mount Buzhou, because he noticed that the true dragon was following him. Yi Xian gazed at the true dragon. "You've regained your freedom as well." The true dragon glanced at Yi Xian. "Human, I'm following you." Yi Xian smiled. "Why are you following me?" The true dragon fell silent. Yi Xian gazed at the true dragon and asked, "Why are you following me?" The true dragon fell silent for a moment before he said, "I'm willing to follow you." Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. "Are you joking?" The true dragon stared at Yi Xian. "I'm serious." The true dragon stared at Yi Xian. "I'm serious." The true dragon shook its head. "I have nowhere else to go." Yi Xian pointed behind the true dragon. Divine Mount Buzhou. The true dragon shook its head again. "If I go back, I'll be beaten to death by them." Yi Xian smiled. "So you're following me to protect your life, right?" The true dragon nodded. "Yes." Yi Xian smiled. "It's very dangerous to follow me. Do you understand what I mean?" The true dragon said in a low voice, "I'm willing to serve you." Yi Xian stretched out his right hand. The true dragon turned into a small dragon and attached itself to his arm. Yi Xian turned around and disappeared. Yi Xian returned to the Wu clan. At that moment, Shaman City was still under construction. Because of the previous battle, the entire Shaman City had been destroyed. Yi Xian arrived at the Wu clan's ancestral shrine. Amu and the former great priest, Lin Xian, were both there. Amu looked at Yi Xian. "You're here?" Yi Xian nodded. "I'm almost done with my task." Lin Xian cast a glance at Yi Xian. "What do you plan to do next?" Yi Xian said softly. "We can't just sit here and wait for death." Lin Xian quirked an eyebrow. "Why? You want to counterattack?" Yi Xian smiled. "Can't I?" Amu suddenly said. "Counterattack the dark world?" Yi Xian said softly. "I'm going to investigate first." Amu immediately shook his head. "No, it's too risky." Lin Xian also nodded. "If you go alone, you'll be sending yourself to death. It's too risky." Yi Xian smiled. "I know what I'm doing." Lin Xian looked at Yi Xian. "Do you know that if you go alone, they'll definitely do everything in their power to kill you? They'll kill you. Besides, you won't be able to do anything even if you go. If you want to gather information, I'll go alone." Yi Xian shook his head. "If you go, it'll be risky too." Lin Xian said softly. "You think you're stronger than me?" Yi Xian smiled bitterly. "Senior, you've misunderstood. What I mean is that I'm not going alone." Lin Xian furrowed her brows. "Not alone." Yi Xian nodded. "I have a friend." Lin Xian looked at Yi Xian. "What are you going to do?" Yi Xian said in a low voice. "Let's meet that lord." Lin Xian frowned. "You want to instigate him?" Yi Xian shook his head. "That's not realistic." Lin Xian was puzzled. Just as she was about to speak, the space in front of Yi Xian suddenly trembled. A moment later, Yi Xian's face darkened. "I'm going somewhere. Amu, gather all the experts of the Wu clan." "No need. I'll go myself. Wait for me here." After saying that, he had already disappeared. Amu looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian said softly, "It seems that the dark world and the upper realm have made a move." Then she looked at Amu. "Get ready." Amu's face darkened. Were the dark world and the upper realm really not afraid of death? Even the white-robed woman couldn't scare them? Soon Yi Xian arrived at a starry sky. As soon as he arrived, Xiao Dao appeared in front of him. Yi Xian said in a low voice, "Are they going to deal with Arrow?" Xiao Dao nodded. "Is Arrow preparing to break through?" Yi Xian nodded. Xiao Dao said in a low voice, "It seems that they know about this. Obviously, they don't want Arrow to break through. Well, with Arrow's strength, if he breaks through, it'll be terrible." Yi Xian was silent. Arrow. Obviously, the upper realm and the dark world were also very afraid of Arrow. The current Arrow was already very powerful. If he broke through, ordinary people would not be able to stop him. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian suddenly asked, "Xiao Dao, how did you know that they are going to deal with Arrow?" The little Taoist priest said softly, "The heavenly Dao sent me a message." Tendo. Yi Xian frowned slightly. "She knows." Xiao Dao glanced at Yi Xian. "She is the Tendo of this universe. Many things can't be hidden from her. Also, don't look down on this woman. She usually looks harmless, but she is very cunning. She doesn't even need to kill people herself. Also, you can't do anything to her. Just like now, she told you this news. It seems like she is helping you, but in fact, she wants you to be prepared to fight against the dark world and the upper realm." Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao Dao shook his head. "Fortunately, she doesn't have any evil intentions towards you now, because you both have a common goal, which is to fight against the external enemies." Yi Xian said in a low voice. "She wants us to exhaust each other?" Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. "You have to understand that the upper realm wants to deal with you, not her. So she is not anxious at all." Yi Xian shook his head. Just as he was about to speak, Xiao Dao suddenly looked up at the distant starry sky. She frowned slightly. "Go to the Great Desolation Kingdom." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression changed. Without any hesitation, he turned around and turned into a sword light, disappearing into the starry sky. The sword was pointed at the Great Desolation Kingdom. P.S. Everyone just read the book and vote. As for tipping, feel free. If you are a child or a student, don't tip. Seriously, the author is living a good life. He has wine, meat, and girls. Chapter 11:24. The Kingdom of Great Desolation. At this moment, the entire Kingdom of Great Desolation was on standby. Not only that, the Kingdom of Great Desolation even activated its defensive array. The King of Great Desolation stood on the city wall and looked up at the sky with a trace of worry. Arrow had broken through. If it was any other time, this would definitely be a great thing. But now, at this moment, an invisible pressure suddenly appeared above the Kingdom of Great Desolation. The King of Great Desolation narrowed his eyes. Is he here? Soon, a man appeared above the Kingdom of Great Desolation. It was the Honorable Envoy. Beside the Honorable Envoy was Skyless. The Honorable Envoy looked down expressionlessly. Arrow. They naturally did not dare to underestimate this woman in the slightest. After all, their Black Sword Envoy had died in the hands of this woman. If Arrow broke through again, just the thought of it was terrifying. Therefore this time they were forced to act. They had no choice but to act. In the sky, Skyless suddenly said, Yi Xian is on his way. The Honorable Envoy said softly, Just him? Skyless nodded. The Honorable Envoy said softly, Where is Xiao Dao? Skyless said solemnly, I don't know where that woman went, but she will definitely act. We have to be on guard. The Honorable Envoy looked down and said softly, I'm on guard. Then he looked at Skyless, Make your move. Skyless nodded. He turned to look at the teleportation array behind him. Sacrifice array. Boom. A powerful aura suddenly surged out from the teleportation array. In the next moment, black energy surged out from the teleportation array. Then, the black energy condensed into a giant black hand that was hundreds of meters long in the sky above the Kingdom of Great Desolation. The moment the giant black hand appeared, the entire space above the Kingdom of Great Desolation trembled, as if it was going to collapse at any time. It was extremely terrifying. Skyless suddenly said softly, Descend. Then, the giant black hand descended from the sky. Wherever the giant black hand passed, the space collapsed layer by layer as if it was going to destroy the world. Below, the King of Great Desolation was expressionless. Out. As soon as he finished speaking, countless beams of light suddenly shot into the sky from within the Great Desolation Kingdom. And these beams of light shot towards the gigantic black hand one after another. Rumble. In the sky, countless pillars of light were destroyed, but the giant black hand was still there. Seeing this, the King of the Great Desolation Kingdom's face turned pale. At this moment, she suddenly understood something. The Great Desolate Kingdom was strong because Arrow was strong. Without Arrow, the Great Desolate Kingdom was just like an ant in front of these ancient powers. The King of the Great Wasteland Kingdom slowly closed his eyes. Fight to the death. To the current Great Desolation Kingdom, they had to fight even if they couldn't win. There was no way out. Right at this moment, a ray of light suddenly assaulted from the sky, and then it slashed directly against the enormous palm. Boom. The giant black hand shook violently, but it wasn't affected at all. At this time, Yi Xian appeared above the Great Wasteland Kingdom. In the sky, Skyless looked at Yi Xian expressionlessly. This array is activated by my dark race. Not to mention you, even Arrow can't break it. Yi Xian opened his palm and a golden light suddenly soared into the sky. In the next moment, a huge 8 trigrams array covered the sky above the Great Desolate Country. 8 trigrams array. The moment the array appeared, the enormous hand slammed against the 8 trigrams array. The 8 trigrams array shook violently, and the heavens and earth shook. The 8 trigrams array forcefully blocked the enormous hand. However, the enormous hand didn't disappear, and continued to attack the 8 trigrams array. Below, Yi Xian was expressionless. He opened his palm and the executing heaven sword suddenly appeared in his hand. In the next moment, a ray of light soared into the sky and slashed against the enormous hand. Boom. The entire enormous hand shook violently. Although it didn't shatter, it became slightly illusory. However, a steady stream of dark energy continued to gush out of the spatial teleportation array, and converged on the giant dark hand. Therefore, the enormous hand became stronger and stronger. Yi Xian frowned when he saw this. Yi Xian was about to attack again when the honorable envoy suddenly vanished on the spot. Below, Yi Xian's expression changed. He held the sword with both hands and slashed down. Chi! A tearing sound resounded. Boom! Yi Xian retreated hundreds of feet with his sword, and the honorable envoy was standing where he had been. Yi Xian looked at the honorable envoy. The honorable envoy opened his palm, and a spear suddenly appeared in his hand. In the next moment he vanished on the spot. In the blink of an eye, a ray of spear light appeared in front of Yi Xian's brow. Yi Xian didn't dodge the spear. The executing heaven sword in his hand flew out, and pierced the honorable envoy's throat. The honorable envoy didn't retract his spear either. The spear pierced the space between Yi Xian's brows, but it couldn't pierce through because Yi Xian had already activated his immortal body. His immortal body coupled with his indestructible golden body forcefully resisted the spear. Yi Xian's sword couldn't pierce the honorable envoy either because the honorable envoy had returned to his original position at some point in time. His sword pierced thin air. As Yi Xian looked at the honorable envoy's body suddenly turned illusory. Around Yi Xian, countless afterimages suddenly appeared. Yi Xian closed his eyes. In the next moment he stabbed his sword towards the right. Boom! The afterimages all dissipated, and the honorable envoy returned to his original position. The honorable envoy looked at Yi Xian. You shouldn't be a swordsman. You should be a body cultivator. He realized that this guy in front of him was a body cultivator wearing the clothes of a swordsman. A swordsman actually had such an abnormal physical defense. Was he still human? Yi Xian didn't waste any time, and suddenly disappeared on the spot. The honorable envoy could afford to delay, but Mo Wuji couldn't. One had to know that he was still activating the 8 trigrams array. Without the 8 trigrams array to defend, the entire Great Wasteland Kingdom would be destroyed. The moment Yi Xian disappeared, the venerable emissary smiled, and then disappeared on the spot as well. It had to be said that although his realm was higher than Yi Xian's, he couldn't do anything to Yi Xian. However, it was also impossible for Yi Xian to kill him. Now he could afford to delay, but Yi Xian couldn't. In the sky, although the 8 trigrams array blocked the giant black hand, it consumed a lot of Yi Xian's energy. At this moment, a powerful aura swept over from the distant sky. It was the Wu clan's former high priest, Lin Xian, and Amu. Wu Tian glanced at Lin Xian and Amu. In the next moment, several afterimages rushed towards Lin Xian and Amu. On the other side, Xiao Dao, who was flying in the sky, suddenly stopped. Not far in front of her stood a middle-aged man. Xiao Dao narrowed her eyes. Lord! The person who came was the Lord of the Dark World. The Lord nodded. Miss Xiao Dao, how have you been? Xiao Dao smiled. Is it not good to be alive? The Lord chuckled. Miss Xiao Dao, of course I want to be alive. However, I chose another path. Xiao Dao said softly. Lord, you are a smart person. You should know that the young man isn't simple. The Lord nodded. I know. However, the people of the upper realm aren't simple either, right? Xiao Dao looked at the Lord. At the end of the day, you want revenge. The Lord nodded. She caused the dark world to suffer so much. How can we not take revenge? Xiao Dao shook her head. This is not a wise move. That woman isn't someone you can handle. The Lord smiled. Therefore I need to borrow strength. Xiao Dao looked at the Lord. After a moment of silence she said softly. Fine, I won't care about the grudge between you two. The Lord smiled. I also have no enmity towards Miss Xiao Dao. As long as Miss Xiao Dao doesn't go to the Great Desolate Kingdom. Xiao Dao smiled. If you don't want to go, then don't go. Good luck. With that, she turned around and left. Seeing this, the Lord furrowed his brows. After a long silence, the Lord turned around and looked at the horizon. There was a trace of worry in his eyes. In the sky above the Great Desolate Kingdom, Yi Xian was still fighting with the venerable envoy. Yi Xian was getting more and more anxious while the Lord was getting more and more relaxed. He was dragging it out. The longer he dragged it out, the better. Because Yi Xian had to maintain the formation and fight the venerable envoy, so Yi Xian wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly frowned, and then he instinctively flashed backwards. The venerable envoy was overjoyed when he saw this. He can't hold on any longer. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward. A trace of panic appeared on Yi Xian's face, and he instinctively raised his sword to block. Meanwhile, the spear stabbed against Yi Xian's sword. Bang! As if he was powerless, Yi Xian retreated explosively by over 1 kilometer. The venerable envoy was delighted when he witnessed this scene, and he vanished on the spot. When he appeared again, he was in front of Yi Xian. However, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth suddenly curled up slightly. Right at this moment, the venerable envoy was shocked, and it immediately told him that the situation wasn't good. He was about to retreat, but a woman suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian at this moment. The venerable envoy's expression instantly changed when he saw this woman, and he was just about to retreat when the woman suddenly vanished. The venerable envoy was horrified, and he raised his spear to block. Meanwhile, a sword slashed against the spear. The spear instantly broke apart. At the same time, the sword slashed down towards the venerable envoy's head. Bang! The honorable envoy's physical body crumbled in an instant, but his soul managed to escape hundreds of meters away. As soon as he stopped, the woman suddenly appeared in front of him. At this moment, the sword in her hand had turned into the soul-suppressing sword. The venerable envoy was horrified when he saw this sword, and he roared furiously like a wild beast. How despicable and shameless! You actually called for help. As soon as his voice resounded, the soul-subduing sword entered his body. Bang! The soul-subduing sword suddenly erupted with a powerful force of the soul, causing the space in the surroundings to seethe and crack apart. Yi Xian looked at the soul-subduing sword, and his heart leaped with joy. Was this sword going to improve? In the distance, when Skylus saw the venerable envoy being killed, he was completely dumbfounded. Another woman had come? And she even killed the venerable envoy with a single strike? How was he supposed to play this game? At the thought of this, there was no place for a fight. He looked at Yi Xian, clenched his fists, and his features were distorted. Yi Xian, can you not call for help? Can you not call for help? Ah. Yi Xian was speechless. Chapter 1125. Yi Xian was slightly stunned when he heard Wu Tian. Has this fellow gone mad? Right at this moment, Number suddenly gazed at Wu Tian with a hostile expression. In the next moment, she charged towards Wu Tian. Yi Xian's face darkened. She can't control herself anymore, and she intends to kill someone. Wu Tian's expression changed when he saw Number charge towards him, and he intended to flee. However, an afterimage suddenly flew out from the pitch-black space behind him. Bang! In an instant, Number had returned to her original position. Number looked towards a middle-aged man standing not too far away from her. The middle-aged man wore a white robe and held a silver spear in his hand. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Who's that? Right at this moment, the middle-aged man suddenly vanished on the spot. Number raised her hand and stabbed forward with her sword. This attack didn't contain any sword intent or sword chi, and it was just an extremely ordinary attack. This sword strike directly struck half an inch below the tip of the middle-aged man's spear. Bang! The white-robed man's expression instantly changed because he noticed that all the strength of his attack had been dispersed. In an instant, the white-robed man retreated explosively by 300 m. Meanwhile, Number suddenly appeared not too far away from the white-robed man, and she stabbed forward once more. This attack was extremely ordinary, and it was a very simple attack. On the other hand, the white-robed man's expression changed drastically, because he noticed that he didn't know how to defend against such an ordinary attack. The white-robed man didn't hesitate at all. He tapped the ground lightly with the tip of his foot, and retreated explosively by 300 m. However, he hadn't even stopped when that sword strike arrived once more. It was like she knew that he intended to retreat. There was nowhere to retreat to. The white-robed man suddenly stabbed forward with the spear in his right hand. This attack was aimed straight at Number's throat. Obviously, he intended to take the initiative because the spear was longer than the sword. Right at this moment, Number suddenly slashed horizontally, and then she slashed towards the white-robed man's spear. When her sword slashed onto the white-robed man's spear, the white-robed man's spear was directly split into two. An expanse of sword light flickered in front of the white-robed man. In next to no time, the white-robed man retreated 300 m away. When he stopped, there were at least a few dozen marks on his body. His white robe had become a blood-red robe. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian, who was far away, was stunned. Was number 9 a swordsman? The white-robed man was also stunned. He looked at number 9. You're a swordsman? The reason he asked this was because he noticed that there was actually not a trace of sword insight or fluctuation of sword chi on this woman before him. Ninth glanced at the white-robed man. You talk too much. As soon as she finished speaking, she charged directly at the white-robed man. In the distance, Yi Xian didn't bother watching anymore. Instead, he charged towards the giant black hand. He had to break the dark shadow race's formation first. Just as he was about to reach the giant black hand, the space behind him suddenly split open, and an afterimage suddenly appeared behind him. Yi Xian did not care about the afterimage, and continued to rush towards the huge black hand. Behind him, a true dragon suddenly flew out. Boom! The true dragon directly collided with the afterimage. At this time, Yi Xian had already rushed in front of the giant hand and slashed down with his sword. Rumble! The giant hand trembled violently and became illusory. At this time, Yi Xian slashed down with his sword again. Rumble! The giant hand directly exploded and turned into nothingness. Yi Xian turned to look at the afterimage. The person who attacked was Wu Tian. Seeing that Yi Xian had broken the giant hand, Wu Tian did not dare to continue fighting. He immediately retreated to the teleportation formation and looked at the white-robed man who was fighting number 9. At this moment, the white-robed man was completely suppressed, and his entire body was covered in sword marks. He could not defeat him at all. Seeing this, Wu Tian's face instantly sank. At this moment, he had the intention to retreat. The honorable envoy was dead. Without the help of the higher-ups, if the Lord did not come out, the dark world could not do anything to Yi Xian. At this moment, the Lord was restraining Yi Xian. No, it should be said that the Lord was being restrained by Xiao Dao. Besides that, Yi Xian still had a trump card. Those ancient gods. They haven't come out yet. Thinking up to this point, Wu Tian was about to retreat. However, at this moment, a man suddenly walked out from the space behind him. Wu Tian hurriedly bowed respectfully when he saw this man. Lord! The person who had come was the Dark World's Lord. At practically the same time, Xiao Dao appeared by Yi Xian's side. Xiao Dao glanced at number 9 who was suppressing the white-robed man and said softly, "This woman is extraordinary." Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. "Miss Xiao Dao, do you know her true identity?" Xiao Dao shook her head. Her appearance was very strange. It was like she appeared out of thin air. Hearing this, Yi Xian frowned slightly. Appeared out of thin air? In the distance, the Lord glanced at number 9. "Who are you?" Number 9 flew into a rage, and she glared at the Lord. "You're the human. Your entire family is human." As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished on the spot. A moment later, a ray of light appeared in front of the Lord. The Lord frowned slightly. What's wrong with this woman? He flicked his sleeve. Bang! A ray of black light flashed. And then number 9 instantly returned to where she stood earlier. Number 9 gazed at the execution heaven sword in her grasp, and it was trembling slightly. Number 9 looked up at the Lord and nodded slightly. She's pretty good at fighting. As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished on the spot again. The Lord's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he pressed his fingers together and tapped forward lightly. The space before him instantly split apart, and then the space in an area of over 1 kilometer turned pitch black. Yi Xian was visibly moved when he witnessed this scene. The Lord's strength is quite abnormal. The sound of space being torn apart resounded from afar, and then a white figure floated out from within it, and descended in front of Yi Xian and Xiao Dao. It was number 9. Number 9 gazed at the Lord and spoke softly. He's pretty good at fighting. Yi Xian walked over to number 9's side. Can you win? Number 9 blinked. It's quite difficult. Yi Xian opened his palm, and a shield appeared in front of number 9. I'll give you this. Use it to fight him. The Tai Chi shield. Number 9 didn't hold back at all. She immediately picked up the Tai Chi shield, and then she vanished on the spot. The Lord frowned slightly, and then he suddenly stomped his right foot against the ground. Bang! In an instant, the space in the sky above Great Desolation Kingdom was completely pitch black. Space shattered. In that pitch-black space, Ninth retreated explosively, and he retreated for an entire 3 kilometers. However, she was fine because the Tai Chi shield had blocked all the force of the attack for her. Number 9 suddenly walked over to Xiao Dao's side, and then she passed the Execution Heaven Sword and Tai Chi shield to Xiao Dao. You fight him. Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao Dao glanced at Number 9 and said, I can't kill him as well. Number 9 blinked. Let's fight him together? Xiao Dao smiled. Can we wait? Number 9 nodded, and then she passed the Execution Heaven Sword and Tai Chi shield back to Yi Xian. Yi Xian put them away, and then he gazed at the Lord in the distance. At this moment, the Lord was looking at him as well. The little Taoist suddenly smiled and said, Lord, do you still want to continue fighting? The Lord nodded slightly. Of course. Xiao Dao's expression gradually turned gloomy when he heard this. The Lord glanced down and spoke softly. No matter what, we can't allow Arrow to break through. Xiao Dao spoke indifferently. But you don't seem to have the ability to stop him. The Lord gazed at Xiao Dao. Not necessarily. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand lightly, and it didn't take long for numerous formidable auras to emerge incessantly from the teleportation formation behind him. Yi Xian frowned slightly when he witnessed this scene. Are even stronger people about to emerge? It didn't take long for countless experts to suddenly charge out from the teleportation formation. All of them were experts from the Dark World. Besides those top-rate experts, there was also the Dark World's army. Yi Xian's face fell when he saw this. In just a moment, the sky above the Great Desolation Kingdom was covered by countless beings from the Dark World. However, they didn't attack. Obviously, they were waiting for the Lord's instructions. The Lord gazed at Yi Xian from afar. I have to say that you're a monstrous genius indeed. You've reached such a level at such a young age. At this moment, Yi Xian's combat strength was extremely formidable even without those precious treasures. Moreover, if Yi Xian could advance a step further and attain the ruler realm, then his strength would absolutely not be inferior to Arrow. Especially when this fellow was wearing a full set of divine equipment, and his physical body was monstrous to the extreme. Xiao Dao spoke abruptly. Lord, I'll give you one last warning. Don't even think about seeking revenge against that woman. Otherwise, your Dark World will pay an extremely painful price. The Lord chuckled. I know. However, it's still the same as before. She trapped my Dark World for so many years, so how can I not take revenge? Moreover, my master and several brothers died at her hands. Xiao Dao suddenly spoke. Do you know why you're not dead yet? The Lord's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? Xiao Dao laughed. Whether it's you or the righteous gods, do you really think she doesn't have the strength to kill you? Why didn't she kill you? The Lord chuckled. Are you trying to say that she's benevolent? Xiao Dao shook his head. Not benevolent. My intuition tells me that she has a reason for keeping you alive. The Lord took a deep breath and smiled. No matter what this time, we'll settle the score with her. Xiao Dao looked at the Lord. You don't have the strength. The Lord pointed upwards. Someone does. Xiao Dao fell silent. The upper realm. It was obvious that the upper realm had promised the Lord something. It could be said that Yi Xian's real opponent was not the Lord, but the people in the upper realm. Thinking of this, Xiao Dao looked up. She was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly said, Something's wrong. Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. What is it? Yi Xian stared at the Lord in the distance. Logically speaking, you should be more anxious than us. But you're not anxious at all, you're still chatting with us. Hearing this, Xiao Daoist narrowed her eyes slightly. She and Yi Xian looked at each other, and Yi Xian suddenly said fiercely, No, your target is not Aluo at all. It's the Wu clan, it's Yi Ling. The Lord looked at Yi Xian whispered, They should be here by now. Yi Xian stared at the Lord. If my sister is harmed in the slightest, I will make everyone in the Dark World die with her. With that, he turned into a sword light and soared into the sky. The sky was blood red. Chapter 11:26. After Yi Xian vanished, Xiao Dao gazed at the Lord who stood nearby. "You'll regret this." As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished on the spot. Meanwhile, the Lord suddenly chuckled. "You should stay behind." As soon as he finished speaking, he clenched his fist toward Xiao Dao from afar, and then a powerful force enveloped Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao suddenly stopped and turned around to look at the Lord. The Lord was about to speak when she suddenly vanished on the spot. Bang! In the distance, the High Lord suddenly retreated nearly 10,000 feet. He just stopped when the space behind him suddenly split apart. Number's eyes lit up when she witnessed this scene, and she was just about to act when Xiao Dao's voice resounded in her mind. "Go help him." Number hesitated for a moment, and then she turned around and vanished into the sky. Meanwhile, Lin Xian had chosen to leave the battle as well, and she took a mu with her and vanished into the sky. The Lord gazed at Xiao Dao. "Our objective isn't just her younger sister and her friends, it's Arrow as well. Xiao Dao, you can't stop us. Move aside." Xiao Dao walked slowly towards the Lord while a wisp of disdain arose on the corners of her mouth. "You can't stop us? Who do you think you are?" As soon as she finished speaking, 2 blood-red sickles suddenly appeared in her hands, and then she vanished on the spot. Hiss, hiss. The sound of something tearing resounded abruptly. The Lord's expression changed, and he suddenly clenched his right fist. A moment later, the space before him turned pitch black. A domain. However, 2 rays of blood-red light tore through this domain in the next moment. The Lord's pupils constricted, and he smashed his fist forward. Bang! Hiss! An explosion and the sound of something slicing resounded. And then the Lord retreated by over 3 kilometers. When he finally stopped moving, there were 2 deep scars on his chest, and his internal organs were visible. The Lord gazed at Xiao Dao with an extremely solemn expression on his face. Xiao Dao pointed her blood-red sickle at the Lord's group. "Attack together." The Void Dimension. The graveyard. In front of the wordless tombstone, Yiling squatted on the ground with her eyes closed. In front of her was the thorn. She had been sitting there for a long, long time. Right at this moment, an emaciated old man suddenly appeared not far away from Yiling. The emaciated old man wore tattered clothes and had very little hair. He was very bald in front and his face was crisscrossed with wrinkles. He looked extremely old. The skinny old man slowly walked towards Yiling. When he was about 10 meters behind Yiling, he suddenly turned around and looked not far away. There stood a hunchbacked old man. That person was none other than the old man guarding the tomb. Tombkeeper looked at the skinny old man. "What's the matter?" The scrawny old man pointed at Yiling, who was not far away. "Take her away." Gravekeeper glanced at Yiling and shook his head. "No." The skinny old man smiled sinisterly. "What if I insist on taking it away?" The gravekeeper suddenly punched out. In the distance, the skinny old man's pupils constricted, and he also punched out. Boom. In just an instant, the skinny old man had appeared over 1 kilometer away. However, Gravekeeper was still standing on the spot and hadn't moved an inch. After the skinny old man stopped moving, he stared at Gravekeeper while a trace of a solemn expression appeared in his eyes. Gravekeeper spoke softly. "I don't want to get involved in such trivial matters. Leave." The skinny old man walked towards Gravekeeper. "I'm taking this little girl with me today." Gravekeeper gazed at the skinny old man, and then he suddenly vanished on the spot. The skinny old man's pupils constricted, and then he suddenly opened his palms and pressed them together in front of him. Grand destruction. At the instant that his palms were about to press together, a strand of destructive energy suddenly appeared within the tomb, and the space in an area of over 100 kilometers instantly became illusory. However, his palms hadn't even closed when a fist suddenly smashed towards him. Bang! The skinny old man was instantly blasted flying. He flew for over 30 kilometers, and he just stopped when the space behind him collapsed. At the same time, a wisp of blood seeped out slowly from the corner of his mouth. The skinny old man looked up at Gravekeeper with a solemn expression in his eyes. "Who are you?" Gravekeeper didn't speak. He just turned around and walked over to Yiling's side. He gazed at Yiling's kneeling figure and spoke softly. "I'll be free once she wakes up." Suddenly, the space above Gravekeeper split apart, and then an illusory man suddenly appeared in the air above Gravekeeper. He looked down at Gravekeeper. "We must take this woman with us." Gravekeeper chuckled. "Do you know who's in the tomb?" The illusory man gazed at Gravekeeper. "What does taking her have to do with the person in the tomb?" Gravekeeper shook his head. "Forget it. All of you are truly detestable." As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his palm, and then a black spear suddenly appeared in his grasp. The illusory man and the skinny old man's expressions instantly changed when they held the black spear in their hands. Danger. That was their first thought at this moment. Gravekeeper spoke softly. "Are both of you going to attack me together?" Together. The surroundings were extremely silent. The illusory man spoke in a low voice. "Who exactly are you?" Gravekeeper suddenly raised his spear and stabbed forward. Bang. The illusory man instantly vanished without a trace. The skinny old man took a deep glance at Gravekeeper, and then he retreated silently. He knew that he wasn't a match for Gravekeeper at all. Gravekeeper didn't pursue him. He just turned around and walked over to stand behind Yi Ling. Suddenly, Yi Ling stood up, and then a ray of dark light suddenly flew out from the tomb and enveloped Yi Ling. In the next moment, Yi Ling vanished. Gravekeeper was stunned by this scene. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared in the distant sky, and then Yi Xian suddenly appeared not too far away from Gravekeeper. Yi Xian's entire body emanated a faint red glow. Yi Xian was stunned when he noticed that the tomb was completely empty. He glanced at the signs of battle in the surroundings, clenched his fists, and then gazed at Gravekeeper as he spoke with a trembling voice. "Where's my younger sister?" Gravekeeper hesitated for a moment before he said, "She's gone. She's gone." Bang. When he heard the tombkeeper's words, a powerful killing intent suddenly surged from Yi Xian's body. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian was completely covered in blood. At that moment, his eyes were like a sea of blood, and his entire body exuded a monstrous killing intent. Gravekeeper was stunned by this scene, and he was just about to speak when Yi Xian transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the horizon. Gravekeeper was stunned for quite some time, and then he was slightly dazed. "Did I say something?" Right at this moment, Amu and Lin Xian appeared here. Amu looked at Gravekeeper. "Senior, did you see Yi Xian?" Gravekeeper pointed at the sky. "That young man became covered in blood, and then he left." Covered in blood. Amu frowned. "He became covered in blood?" Gravekeeper nodded. "That fellow's bloodline aura is quite familiar." At this point, his pupils constricted, and his voice trembled. "How could that be possible?" "Impossible." Amu gazed at Gravekeeper. "Senior, what's impossible?" Gravekeeper fell silent for a long time, and then he said, "I've sensed his bloodline aura on someone in the past. He's definitely related to that person. No wonder he was able to make that white bandit help him all those years ago. No wonder. They're in cahoots." Amu and Lin Xian were puzzled. Amu suddenly said, "Senior, where's Yi Ling?" Gravekeeper reined in his thoughts, and then he pointed at the nearby grave. "She went in." Amu looked at the grave, and after a moment, she said in a low voice, "Senior, can you explain it a little more clearly? I feel very helpless listening to you." Gravekeeper shook his head. "I don't know the specifics. All I know is that it shouldn't be a bad thing for that girl." Amu looked at the grave. "Senior, who's in the grave?" Gravekeeper shook his head once more. "I don't know who she is either. All I know is that I have to wait for her to wake up." Amu frowned slightly. "Senior, if you don't know who she is, why are you standing guard here?" Gravekeeper fell silent for a moment, and then he said, "I lost a bet." Amu asked, "What bet?" Gravekeeper sighed softly. Back then, the old man had just attained one with the heavens, and his spear technique could be said to be invincible. At that time, the old man was very arrogant. With that said, he paused and then said, "Back then, the old man met a swordsman in a green robe, and beside the swordsman was a woman in a white robe. The woman also used a spear, and when she saw the spear user, the old man challenged her. But the woman did not fight me, and said that she was in a hurry. Seeing that, the old man did not say a word and directly attacked." Amu continued to ask, "What happened next?" Gravekeeper smiled bitterly. "I was defeated by her spear." Amu said in a low voice. And then you stood guard here, senior? Gravekeeper shook his head. That woman did not make things difficult for me. They were about to leave, and at that time, I was already out of my mind, so I rushed over. Amu was speechless. Gravekeeper said softly, the woman did not kill me. At that moment, the man in green suddenly said that he wanted to make a bet with me. He said that he knew that I would not accept it, and was willing to give me a chance to attack again. Then he asked the little girl beside him to take one of my spears. If the little girl could take one of my spears, I would do something for him. Amu asked, Senior, did you use your spear on the little girl? Gravekeeper nodded. Naturally, I could tell that the little girl was not simple, but I had already been beaten to an abnormal state. Moreover, I did not think that the little girl could take one of my spears, and then I attacked. At that time, I did not underestimate the enemy, and used all my strength. That spear could be said to be an extraordinary display, but, with that said, he suddenly smiled bitterly. The little girl did not dodge, and let me stab her in the chest. Amu frowned slightly. Are you all right? Gravekeeper looked at Amu. Yes, but the one who is all right is me. My spear and my hand are both broken. Amu was speechless. Gravekeeper said softly. At that moment, I suddenly understood. I was tricked. Amu was speechless. Chapter 1127. They had been tricked. Amu and Lin Xian's expressions turned strange. At this moment, Lin Xian suddenly said, Sir, did you just say that his entire body was blood red? The old man nodded. Yes. It should be the power of his bloodline. Lin Xian frowned slightly. Why did he become like that? The old man said. He asked me where his sister went, and I said she was gone. Then he became like that. Oh no. Amu's expression changed instantly. Lin Xian and the old man looked at Amu. Amu said solemnly, he must have misunderstood Senior's intentions and thought that something had happened to Yi Ling. With that, she turned and disappeared into the horizon. Lin Xian also followed. The gravekeeper blinked. Are my words very ambiguous? Somewhere in the starry sky, a blood-red sword beam tore through the sky. Wherever the sword beam passed, the starry sky turned into a sea of blood. The power of bloodline. Actually, he could not control the power of bloodline. The strength of the power of bloodline was related to his anger. The angrier he was, the stronger the power of bloodline would be, and the more uncontrollable it would be. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at the dark world. As soon as he arrived in the dark world, some dark race experts appeared in front of him. Before they could speak, a blood-red sword light flashed across the battlefield. Chi! The heads of those dark creatures flew, and blood splattered. And Yi Xian had already disappeared at the end of the horizon. Along the way, countless dark creatures charged at Yi Xian. Yi Xian killed his way through, and everywhere he passed, there were corpses. Gradually, those dark creatures did not dare to look for Yi Xian, because no one was a match for a single sword strike from Yi Xian. Instant kill. At this moment, Yi Xian's battle prowess had increased by at least a few times under the blessing of the bloodline power. Coupled with the executing heaven sword and the immortal body, he was practically invincible. Of course, the main reason was that the Lord and the other super powerhouses were being held back by Xiao Dao in the Great Wilderness Kingdom. Yi Xian slaughtered his way forward. Before long, Yi Xian had killed his way to a black Xiao Ta, and countless dark spirits had gathered around him. At the same time, the dark spirits in front of Yi Xian stopped retreating, because they had nowhere to retreat to. Behind them was their lair. Around him, more and more dark creatures rushed towards Yi Xian. Ah! Yi Xian suddenly roared furiously, and he swiftly swept the sword in his right hand horizontally, causing an expanse of blood-red sword light to ripple out from the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 dark creatures were instantly killed. Around him, the dark creatures directly rushed towards Yi Xian, instantly drowning Yi Xian. But soon they despaired, because they realized that Yi Xian's physical body was too abnormal. They could not break Yi Xian's immortal body at all. Apart from that, Yi Xian also had a shield in his left hand. Tai Chi shield. A sword and a shield. Was this a swordsman or a warrior? However, the dark creatures still did not retreat. One by one, they rushed towards Yi Xian. As for Yi Xian, the blood-red glow on his body became stronger and stronger. In a certain place, a woman was looking down. This woman was the Tendo. The Tendo looked at the situation below with a smile on her lips. After a while, she turned around. Not far behind her stood an illusory man and a skinny old man. She was the one who blocked the two of them. The two of them looked at the Tendo with fear. The Tendo. This was the fifth dimension Tendo. The illusory man looked at the Tendo and said in a deep voice, "Your Excellency, are you going to stop us?" The Tendo blinked and said with a smile, "I won't stop you. You can go ahead." The illusory man stared at the Tendo. "What do you mean?" The Tendo said with a smile, "Looking at your recent series of actions, I really can't bear to watch it anymore. As villains, can't you have a little bit of intelligence? After suffering once, you still don't learn from your mistakes. Look at you. After the death of the High Ambassador, you sent the Honorable Ambassador. Now the Honorable Ambassador is dead. After the Honorable Ambassador, it's you. Look at you. You haven't even attacked the little guy below, and you're already about to dissipate." As she said that, she shook her head slightly. "You're just giving him a chance to grow." Hearing that, the illusory man's face turned extremely ugly. The Tendo smiled lightly. "Don't be angry. I mean no harm. I just can't bear to watch it anymore. To be a bad guy, you need to have some brains, understand? Now I'll give you a few sincere suggestions. You can go up and talk to them. The first suggestion: don't look down on the little guy below. His growth rate is at least 10 times more terrifying than you can imagine. Once he breaks through his realm or his swordsmanship, I estimate that if you want to kill him again, you'll have to pay at least 5 times the price." As she said that, she paused and said, "The second suggestion: don't use the experts of this universe anymore. There are currently 6 people in this universe who are the best at fighting. The first one is me, the second one is Little Taoist, the third one is Aluo, the fourth one is the guy locked up in his tower, and the old man you met before. As for the last one, I won't tell you. You just need to know that among these 6 people, 4 are on his side. As for me and the other one, we won't help either side. In this case, if you want the experts of this universe to kill him, you're simply dreaming." The illusory man was silent. The Tendo continued, "In addition, you've forgotten one thing. That is the Xiao Ta that the Prophet created. If I'm not wrong, that Xiao Ta's Tao principles are about to be gathered. Once those Tao principles are gathered, you'll regret it. In addition, he has the help of the sword sects Tai Yi and the other righteous gods. To be honest, a few swordsmen from the sword sect can beat you until your mothers can't recognize you. Not to mention that they have many swordsmen. The dark world that you're supporting is really not enough. So based on what I said above, if you want to kill him, you'll have to mobilize your own strength." The illusory man looked at the Tendo. No one knew what he was thinking. The Tendo continued, "Also, Arrow is about to break through. Once that woman breaks through, like you, it'll be a matter of one sword. Not to mention you. Even the Lord won't be a match for her. Also, that Xiao Dao, do you know her? She's very powerful. To be honest, even I'm somewhat afraid of her. And you've successfully angered her and made her completely stand on Yi Xian's side." As she spoke, she sighed in a low voice. "In conclusion, after watching you for so long, you're really stupid. I really can't stand it anymore." The illusory man suddenly said fiercely, "Are you insulting us?" The Tendo suddenly looked at the illusory man. The next moment, an invisible hand directly grabbed the illusory man's throat. The illusory man's eyes were wide open, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He didn't have the slightest ability to resist. The Tendo looked at the illusory man. "Am I insulting you? I'm warning you out of goodwill. Let me tell you, many of you humans have the biggest problem. And that is that you're obviously stupid, but you don't know that you're stupid. You don't have any self-awareness at all. Just like now, you clearly know that you're not a match for me, but you still talk back to me. And you're even so fierce. Are you dreaming?" As she spoke, she glanced at the emaciated old man, and the emaciated old man's expression changed, and then he said, I didn't say anything." The Tendo retracted her gaze and looked at the illusory man. The stupidest thing is that you actually wanted to imprison me in the beginning. What's even more stupid is that you actually only set up a formation and sent an envoy. TSK, I want to ask, did those fellows in the upper realm grow up eating farts? Where's their brains? They've lived for tens of thousands of years. With this kind of intelligence, even if I fed a pig and let it live for 10,000 years, it still wouldn't be so stupid. Do you believe me? The illusory man. The Tendo spoke with some enthusiasm, and she said, actually, I still understand what you're thinking. In your opinion, you're from the upper realm, and we're from the lower realm. You have a natural sense of superiority, and in your eyes, we're definitely like ants that can only be trampled on by you. But after the previous few failures, have you still not woken up? As she spoke, she pointed at Yi Xian, who was still fighting madly below. That little fellow isn't to be trifled with. He has someone backing him up. You idiots, can you stop looking down on him? Can't you use some brains to snatch the bookstore? The illusory man looked at the Tendo, not daring to speak, much less move. The woman in front of him had the ability to kill him in seconds. The Tendo suddenly sighed heavily. Trash like you won't survive more than 2 rounds in those chivalrous ancient books. The skinny old man suddenly said, Your Excellency, do you also wish for Yi Xian to die? The Tendo looked at the skinny old man, and said with a smile, Look at what you're asking. You're making me feel a little awkward. So you'd better die. As she spoke, she waved her right hand. Without a sound, the skinny old man directly disappeared. Seeing this scene, the illusory man's heart was filled with extreme shock. What kind of strength was this? Just how strong was this woman? The Tendo was about to speak, but a powerful blood-red sword intent suddenly arose from below, and in an instant, the entire sky had transformed into a sea of blood. A trace of surprise flashed in the Tendo's eyes, and she looked at Yi Xian. At this moment, the blood-red sword intent around Yi Xian was growing stronger and stronger. Moreover, Yi Xian's combat strength was increasing explosively at an extremely abnormal speed. The Tendo blinked when she saw this, and then she looked at the illusory man. Look, his bloodline power is about to break through. The illusory man was speechless. Below, Yi Xian, who was on the verge of breaking through, became more and more frenzied as he killed. At this moment, Yi Xian was like a god of death. The mad demon bloodline, the more frenzied it was, the stronger it was. The Tendo suddenly walked over to the illusory man. After you go up there, you must tell the people from the upper realm not to send any more idiots here. Especially to make them reevaluate that little fellow. It's best if you tell them what I just said. Finally, I'll give you a final suggestion. I suggest that all of you send out all your forces to break through the universe barrier between the upper realm and the lower realm in one go. And then gather all your forces to annihilate him in one go. Seize the bookstore, and embark on the beautiful path of the great Tao. All of you have to work hard, all of you can do it. Kill Yi Xian and seize the bookstore, all of you can do it. As she spoke, she clenched her fists and made a cheering gesture. All the best. The illusory man was speechless. P.S. I didn't explode, but I still want tickets every day. Suddenly I feel a little ashamed. Chapter 1128. Tendo let go of the illusory man. The illusory man took a deep look at Tendo and then disappeared. When he left, the illusory man's eyes were filled with fear. Compared to Yi Xian, he felt that the woman in front of him was even more terrifying. This woman killed people without spilling blood. After the illusory man disappeared, Tendo blinked and then smiled. You idiots! With that, she turned to look at Yi Xian, who was still crazily slaughtering below, and said softly, This bloodline is very interesting. In front of the Black Tower, corpses were everywhere and blood flowed like a river. Yi Xian had already killed an uncountable number of dark creatures. However, those dark creatures had never retreated, because they really had nowhere to retreat to, unless they abandoned the dark world. And because Yi Xian had a strong physical body and the Taiji shield, none of the dark creatures could pose a fatal threat to Yi Xian. Exhaustion. They could only exhaust Yi Xian. However, because of the power of the bloodline, Yi Xian became stronger the more he fought. Great Desolate Kingdom. At this moment, in the sky above Great Desolate Kingdom, countless corpses fell from the sky. Xiao Dao was also killing. Even if the Lord and the super experts of the dark world attacked together, they still couldn't stop me. At this moment, the Lord regretted it. He realized that the woman in front of him was much stronger than he had imagined. At this moment, news came from the dark world. When he learned that Yi Xian was crazily slaughtering the dark creatures, the Lord's expression became extremely gloomy. At this moment, all the experts of the dark world were with him. It could be said that the dark world couldn't stop Yi Xian at all. He had to go back. The Lord suddenly said, "Retreat." With that, he turned and was about to leave. At this moment, Xiao Dao suddenly appeared in front of him. Xiao Dao looked at the Lord. "Where do you want to go?" The Lord stared at Xiao Dao. "Miss Xiao Dao, we have no enmity," Xiao Dao suddenly said. "I don't like the look of you, okay?" A trace of darkness flashed in the Lord's eyes. Xiao Dao laughed and said, "I just don't like you." With that, she disappeared on the spot. The Lord suddenly turned his head. "You go back, I'll stop her." With that, he dashed toward Xiao Dao. Behind him, countless experts of the dark world fled. The King of Great Desolation instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he witnessed this scene. It would be fine as long as they retreated. After all, the current Great Desolation Kingdom did not have the power to resist these people. Dark World. Yi Xian was still madly slaughtering. At this moment, the aura around his body was unprecedentedly strong, because the power of his bloodline had completely erupted. Around Yi Xian were countless corpses of the dark spirits. At least a few 100,000. On the other hand, Yi Xian didn't look tired at all. On the contrary, the more he fought, the fiercer he became. However, at this moment he had completely entered a berserk state. The executing heaven sword in his hand seemed to be condensed from blood. No, at this moment, it was a blood sword. Under the influence of Yi Xian, the attributes of the executing heaven sword also began to change wonderfully. In the sky, Tendo quietly looked at Yi Xian below. Her eyes were filled with curiosity, because she realized that she seemed to have underestimated the power of Yi Xian's bloodline. It could be said that Yi Xian's current state was completely capable of fighting arrow. Most importantly, the power of Yi Xian's bloodline was getting stronger and stronger, as if there was no end to it. Tendo curiously looked at Yi Xian. Her eyes were filled with interest. She wanted to see how strong the power of Yi Xian's bloodline was. At this moment, several shadows suddenly appeared beside Tendo. The people who came were number 9, Amu and Lin Xian. Amu glanced at Tendo, and then looked at Yi Xian below. When she saw Yi Xian's state, Amu's face instantly darkened. Lin Xian, who was at the side, suddenly wanted to make a move. Tendo suddenly said, "He's not in his right mind now. If you make a move, he'll kill you as well." The three women looked at Tendo. Lin Xian asked, "You are?" Tendo blinked. "I'm just a passerby. I'm reminding you out of goodwill. I don't mean anything else." "Passerby?" Lin Xian looked at Tendo. "You don't look like you're just passing by." Tendo smiled. "I'm just passing by. I have no ill intentions towards you. Don't be so guarded against me." Amu suddenly said, "How should I address you, sir?" Tendo blinked, and then said, "I'm Xiao Dao's friend. She knows me." "Xiao Dao," Amu said in a low voice. "Sir, can you make him return to normal?" Tendo blinked but didn't speak. Amu looked at Tendo. "Sir, can you?" Tendo smiled, and then said, "I can. However, his current state isn't a bad thing. Look, he's getting stronger and stronger. It can be said that he's stimulating his own potential." Lin Xian frowned slightly. "Stimulating his own potential?" Tendo nodded. "Look carefully. Isn't he much stronger than before?" Amu said in a low voice, "But if this goes on, he'll be in danger." Tendo shook his head. "Look at how strong his physical body is. Also, he has a shield. It can be said that at this time, numbers are not a threat to him, unless the Lord personally returns." Amu looked down at Yi Xian. Looking at Yi Xian, who was covered in blood, her eyes were filled with worry. The heavenly Tao suddenly laughed and said, "Don't worry too much. If his physical body isn't strong enough, The power of the bloodline will destroy his physical body. However, his physical body is extremely strong. The power of the bloodline is still unable to destroy his physical body. Lin Xian suddenly said, "Just let him continue like this." The Heaven Dao was just about to speak when the space in the distant horizon suddenly split open, and then countless experts from the dark world charged out. Seeing this, Lin Xian frowned and disappeared from where she stood. Amu turned to look at Ninth. "Miss, please help." Ninth blinked. "All right." Finishing, she turned and disappeared not far away. While the two women were very strong, they couldn't completely block the Dark World experts. Therefore, more and more Dark World experts charged down towards Yi Xian. Below, Yi Xian was slaughtering madly with the executing heaven sword. It was as though he would never tire. Gradually, the executing heaven sword in his hand started to change. Tendo, who was next to Amu, said softly, "As expected, the swordsman's sword changes according to its master. The sword in his hand should be about to break through. Interesting." Amu looked at Tendo. "You are friends with Miss Xiao Dao?" Tendo smiled. "Yes. I am good friends with Xiao Dao." Amu glanced at the heavenly way, and was about to speak when the sound of a sword suddenly came from below. Amu turned his head to look, and saw the executing heaven sword in Yi Xian's hand suddenly erupt with a blood-red sword aura. This blood-red sword aura instantly flew thousands of feet away. Wherever it passed, countless bloody heads flew. Tendo's eyes flashed with surprise. "This sword has broken through." Amu looked at Yi Xian. Her eyes were still filled with worry. The current Yi Xian was very strong. It could be said that even if he encountered someone at the level of Lord Arrow, he wouldn't be weaker. However, Yi Xian didn't look normal at this moment. At this time, the surrounding Dark World experts started to retreat, because they were afraid. At this moment, they were really afraid. Around Yi Xian, corpses piled up like a mountain. Beneath his feet, blood flowed like a river. Looking at Yi Xian, who was covered in blood, Amu was about to go over but was stopped by Tendo. Tendo looked at Amu. "To you, he is very dangerous right now because he has lost his mind." Amu looked down at Yi Xian. Yi Xian also stopped. In his eyes, there was a sea of blood. It was so red that it was terrifying. In his body, streams of powerful aura gushed out like waves. His surroundings had already become a sea of blood. All around, the Dark World experts kept retreating. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly roared. In the next moment, he charged at the Dark World experts. Pust! A blood-red sword energy tore through the battlefield. Wherever this blood-red sword energy passed, dozens of Dark World beings were slashed into nothingness. This sword energy tore through the air, and was tens of thousands of feet away in the blink of an eye. Wherever the sword energy passed, there was a pitch-black spatial rift. At this time, Tendo suddenly said softly, "He is also about to break through." Amu looked at Tendo. "About to break through?" Tendo nodded. "His bloodline has reached a critical point. He is just a little bit away from breaking through." Amu frowned slightly. "Just a little bit away?" Tendo smiled. "I still need to kill some people." As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared from where he was. Pust! A tearing sound suddenly resounded, and then numerous shrill cries resounded incessantly. Yi Xian started killing again. The Dark World experts fled like madmen. However, their speed was not as fast as Yi Xian. Just like this, after 15 minutes, Yi Xian was tens of thousands of feet away. Behind him, there were corpses everywhere. At this time, the entire Dark World was filled with the pungent smell of blood. Amu looked at Yi Xian, who had stopped in the distance. She clenched her fists and did not conceal her nervousness. On the contrary, the Tendo next to her was very relaxed. She kept examining Yi Xian, her eyes filled with curiosity. Right at this moment, a ray of bloody light suddenly surged out of Yi Xian's body. In an instant, the blood in an area of several tens of thousands of meters suddenly converged towards Yi Xian like a tide. Moreover, the living beings of the dark who were still alive in the surroundings suddenly exploded, and then their blood converged towards Yi Xian, who was nearby. The entire starry sky was instantly dyed blood red. In the sky, Amu's expression suddenly changed, because she found that the blood in her body was trembling. Not only that, her skin started to crack, and the blood in her body was about to rush out. What was going on? Amu was shocked. At this time, Tendo put a hand on her shoulder, and Amu instantly returned to normal. Amu looked at Tendo. Tendo looked at Yi Xian in the distance and said softly, "His bloodline broke through." Not only that, he also used his bloodline to comprehend the blood realm. Using blood to form a realm, a bit powerful. Chapter 1129. Using blood to form a domain. Amu looked at Yi Xian in the distance. At this moment, Yi Xian was in a sea of blood. In this sea of blood, the blood of the Dark World experts rushed out of their bodies and gathered towards him. At this moment, countless Dark World beings died. When the blood gathered in Yi Xian's body, Yi Xian's blood domain became even stronger. Not only that, but his presence also became stronger. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly clenched his fists. Boom! In an instant, the surrounding sea of blood suddenly exploded. The space within 100,000 feet around Yi Xian turned into nothingness. The aftershock of the powerful force swept out in all directions like a tidal wave. When Amu sensed the aftershock, her expression instantly changed. When she wanted to retreat, the force in front of her had already disappeared without a trace. Amu turned to look at Tendo. Tendo smiled slightly. Amu looked deeply at Tendo and then turned to look at Yi Xian in the distance. At this moment, the sea of blood around Yi Xian had disappeared, but Yi Xian was still covered in blood. He really looked like a person made from blood. At a glance, he was extremely terrifying. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly turned to look at Amu and Tendo, because the surrounding Dark World beings had either died or fled. The ones closest to him were Tendo and Amu. Seeing Yi Xian look over, Amu's expression changed because she felt a powerful murderous intent. Yi Xian suddenly disappeared from his spot. A sword light flashed across the battlefield. Amu frowned. Did he really not recognize her? At this moment, Tendo suddenly appeared in front of Amu. Yi Xian's sword stabbed towards Tendo's forehead. However, the sword stopped half a foot in front of Tendo. Yi Xian suddenly roared and stabbed forward. The space at the tip of the sword caved in, but it did not shatter. His sword still could not move forward. At this moment, Tendo suddenly pointed at the tip of Yi Xian's sword. Boom! The sword instantly returned to normal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only that, the blood on Yi Xian's body retreated like the tide. Soon Yi Xian and the executing heaven sword returned to normal, while Yi Xian fell. Amu quickly supported Yi Xian. Tendo smiled slightly. He's fine. He was just too strong just now. He overdrew his strength and is a little weak now. Amu looked at Tendo. Thank you. Tendo clapped her hands and smiled. You're welcome. It's just a small matter. I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. And you guys have to leave quickly too. If the Lord comes later, he'll definitely die of anger. After saying that, she glanced at the Dark World in the field and shook her head. How tragic. After saying that, she turned and left. She walked very slowly, but from Amu's point of view, the woman in front of her was very far away from her. Who was this woman? Amu shook her head and withdrew her thoughts. She picked up Yi Xian and looked at number 9 and Lin Xian not far away. Lin Xian looked in the direction where Tendo left. Is it that woman? Amu smiled. If she doesn't say, then let's not ask. Lin Xian nodded. Amu picked up Yi Xian and turned to leave. In the field, Lin Xian also left. However, number 9 did not leave. Amu looked at number 9. Miss, aren't you going with us? Number 9 blinked. You guys go. I'm afraid I won't be able to stop myself from killing you. The two women were speechless. Number 9 suddenly said, I'm very serious. Amu blinked. You want to kill us? Number 9 nodded. I have this thought, and I want to do it. Amu was a little puzzled. Why? Number 9 looked at Amu. Because you're humans. Amu was stunned. Are you not human? Number 9 snorted, turned and disappeared into the horizon. Amu was dumbfounded. She looked at Lin Xian. Did I say something wrong? Lin Xian shrugged, and she had a dumbfounded expression as well. Amu hesitated for a moment, and then she said, She'll be fine, right? Lin Xian shook her head. She's extremely strong, and ordinary people aren't a match for her at all. Amu pointed at her head and said softly, "But she doesn't seem normal to me." Lin Xian was speechless. A short while later, the two women left with Yi Xian. In the sky above Great Wilderness Kingdom, the Lord was still fighting Xiao Dao. And the Lord was being completely suppressed by Xiao Dao. At this moment, the Lord could be said to be covered in injuries. Hiss. Suddenly, one of the Lord's arms flew off, and blood sprayed. The little Taoist was about to attack again when the Overlord suddenly roared in anger. He turned around, and as he did, the space in front of him suddenly split open. He entered that space, and the little Taoist was about to stop him. But at this moment, a woman appeared before her. The person who came was Tendo. Seeing Tendo, Xiao Dao frowned. "What are you doing?" Tendo glanced at Xiao Dao. "If you continue to attack, your injuries will worsen." Xiao Dao was expressionless, and behind her, there were corpses everywhere. Tendo said softly, "Xiao Dao, why do you want to get involved in this dispute?" Xiao Dao smiled. "Many times you can only get something by giving it a try. Of course, I attacked just now purely because I don't like him. I gave him some face, but he really thinks he's someone important." Tendo smiled. "It's normal. After all, he doesn't know your true strength." Xiao Dao looked at Tendo. "If I'm not wrong, you're using Yi Xian to fight against the upper realm. As for this dark world and those great gods, they're nothing to you." Tendo chuckled. "You've guessed correctly." Saying so, she looked around and said softly, "The enemies of this universe are not limited to the upper realm." Xiao Dao frowned. "The Sword Sect." Tendo nodded. Xiao Dao said in a low voice, "Isn't the Sword Sect fighting against them?" Xiao Dao smiled. "What if they can't stop them?" "You should know that their sect leader is not here." Xiao Dao was silent. "There are no absolutes in this world. If the Sword Sect can't stop them," Xiao Dao said softly, "if I'm not wrong, the upper realm has joined forces with those guys over there. They're responsible for restraining the Sword Sect, while they're responsible for targeting Yi Xian." Xiao Dao looked at Tendo. "What do you plan to do?" Tian Dao smiled. "I just want this universe to be fine. I don't want anything else." Xiao Dao was silent. She knew that the biggest conflict between Tendo and Yi Xian was that one wanted to protect this universe, while the other wanted to protect the people of this universe. There was a big difference between them. Xiao Dao said softly, "You know, unless you kill all the living beings in this universe will eventually be destroyed." Tendo said softly, "The upper realm's method is very good." Xiao Dao narrowed her eyes. "You want to do that?" Tendo smiled. "This method can be learned, can't it?" Xiao Dao shook her head. "It's impossible. It's impossible to make them give up what they have, unless—" Speaking of this, her pupils suddenly shrank. "You," Tendo smiled. "It's not just me who has this idea, the prophet also has it." Xiao Dao was silent. Tendo smiled. "Do you think I'm cruel?" Xiao Dao shook her head. "There's no such thing as cruel or not. From another perspective, you've actually done nothing. On the contrary, you've helped this universe a lot. It's the living beings of this universe that are constantly seeking death." Tendo smiled, then said, "In the beginning, I was very happy when many living beings appeared in this universe. This universe doesn't belong to anyone, it belongs to everyone. But later, I found out that there were more and more living beings in this universe, especially after humans appeared. They began to destroy this universe madly. Especially those powerhouses at the beginning. They were so arrogant that they kept shouting about defying the heavens. As if they weren't strong if they didn't say, 'I control my own fate, not the heavens.'" As she said this, she shook her head. "The funny thing is they don't know anything about fate." Xiao Dao looked at Tendo. "You can join forces with him." Tendo smiled. "I don't trust any humans anymore. Because from ancient times until now, the most greedy beings have always been humans. Their ambitions and desires can never be satisfied. Moreover, this youth Yi Xian you mentioned, although his nature isn't that bad, he only has his family in his heart. He can sacrifice this universe for his family, isn't that right?" Xiao Dao was silent. Tendo softly said, "I won't destroy them. because this universe is already punishing them. The funny thing is, the living beings of this universe still don't have the slightest intention of changing. This time's fifth dimension tribulation will be stronger than the previous ones, at least 10 times stronger. No one will be able to escape. Without these living beings, this universe will become even more beautiful. After saying this, she turned around and left. Xiao Dao was silent where he stood. Tendo wouldn't deal with anyone. She only needed to watch from the side, and things would develop according to her plan. And she wouldn't offend anyone, nor would she be contaminated with any karma. She could kill all the powerhouses of this world and the higher realms. Blame her? She didn't do anything. At most, she would occasionally add fuel to the fire. In the end, this was a sin created by the living beings of this universe. In the past, Tendo helped the living beings of this universe, but now, she clearly didn't want to help. Xiao Dao's expression was somewhat complicated. In fact, only she knew how kind the former Tendo was. She was truly kind. Unfortunately, Xiao Dao put away her weapon and turned around to leave. Below the great desolate country, corpses were everywhere. When the Lord returned to the dark world, he was completely stunned. What happened? At this moment, the entire dark world was covered in corpses, blood flowed like a river, and everywhere was filled with the pungent smell of blood. The Lord was stunned. At this time, some of the surviving dark world powerhouses came in front of the Lord. The Lord was expressionless. Who did it? A dark world powerhouse hesitated, then said, Yi Xian. The Lord suddenly roared. How is this possible? He is only at the rebirth realm. How could he slaughter our dark world? How is this possible? P.S. Have you all started working recently? Chapter 1130. A long time passed before the Lord calmed down. At this moment, he'd accepted the fact that Yi Xian had done all of this. Moreover, Yi Xian had done all of this by himself. Yi Xian had slaughtered the entire dark world on his own. Moreover, Yi Xian seemed to have broken through. The Lord slowly closed his eyes. The losses they'd suffered this time were too heavy. A short while passed before the Lord suddenly said, The experts from the higher dimensions didn't act? An expert from the dark world shook his head. They didn't. The Lord's expression instantly became ferocious when he heard this. They didn't act. The higher dimensions had sent him to the kingdom of great desolation to draw Yi Xian's attention. But the higher dimensions hadn't acted when Yi Xian had come to the dark world to slaughter him. They hadn't acted. The Lord slowly clenched his fists. At this moment, Skyless, who was beside him, suddenly said, They are using us. The Lord raised his head and glanced at them with an expressionless face. Right at this moment, the space above them suddenly split open. And then a man walked out from within. The expressions of the experts from the dark world instantly became ferocious when they saw this man. Presently, they didn't have a good impression of the higher dimensions at all. The man walked towards the Lord. His body was ethereal, and it wasn't a corpse or even a soul. It was just a simple projection. The man glanced at the surroundings and spoke softly, I'm sorry, we didn't expect this. The Lord looked the man in the eyes. Why didn't you act? The man shook his head. It wasn't that we didn't act, we were stopped by Tendo. Tendo? The Lord's eyes narrowed slightly. Wasn't she trapped by all of you? The man spoke softly. She's out. She's out. The Lord's expression instantly became extremely unsightly. Tendo. He was naturally extremely fearful of this woman. The man spoke softly. We underestimated that young man, Yi Xian, the people behind him, and we underestimated Tendo even more. So we'll investigate them once more. The Lord gazed at the man. Then what about the dark world? Although he was very angry, he was very clear that the only way for the dark world to survive was to stick close to the upper realm. The current dark world could not compete with Yi Xian and Tendo. The man said, Bide your time. The Lord frowned. Bide our time? What if Yi Xian and the others make a move? The man opened his palm, and a black scroll suddenly appeared in his hand. When he opened his palm, the black scroll suddenly turned into a black light and disappeared into the horizon. In the next moment, a mysterious force spread in all directions. The man looked at the High Lord. This is an enchantment that can seal the dark world. If they want to enter, they will have to pay a huge price. With a wave of his right hand, two black-robed men appeared behind the High Lord. Both of them are at the peak of the sovereign realm. Ordinary sovereign realm experts are no match for them. From now on, they will stay here to guard the dark world with you. The Lord suddenly asked, "Can you come down?" The man said softly, "We will think of a way. In short, you just need to understand that we are determined to obtain that study room." The Lord looked at the man. "What is that study room?" The man shook his head. "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Even I don't know what is inside that study room." The Lord fell silent. The man said, "Wait for our notice. This time, we have suffered a great loss. If we attack again, we must kill them in one strike. Speak." With that said, his body gradually turned illusory. In a short while, he disappeared in front of the Lord. After the man disappeared, Heavenless suddenly said, "We shouldn't have trusted them." The Lord said softly, "If we don't trust them, who should we trust? Right now, only they can fight against Yi Xian and that Tendo." Heavenless fell silent. The Lord shook his head. "We have no other choice." Heavenless looked at the Lord. He wanted to say something but hesitated. The Lord said softly, "I know what you are thinking. You should know that Tendo had the ability to destroy us in the past, but she didn't. I don't believe that she is benevolent or kind. She must be plotting something. If we want to get rid of her control, we can only rely on the power of the upper realm." Heavenless hesitated and said, "But now it seems that the upper realm doesn't have the ability to kill Yi Xian and Tendo." The Lord said softly, "Let's wait and see. I believe that the upper realm will not only have this little strength. Let's wait and see." With that said, he looked at the corpses around him, and his face gradually became ferocious. Wu Clan. Yi Xian was lying on a bed. Beside her was a Mu. At this moment, the murderous intent and violent aura on Yi Xian's body had disappeared. However, he had not woken up yet. Amu looked at Yi Xian in front of her with a complicated expression. She finally found out. Don't be fooled by the guy in front of her. When it comes to his sister, Yi Ling, he is like a madman. At this moment, Yi Xian's hand, who was lying on the bed, suddenly moved. Amu quickly held his hand and said softly, "You're awake?" Yi Xian slowly opened his eyes. The next moment he suddenly sat up and looked at Amu. "Where's my sister?" Amu quickly said, "Don't worry, she's fine." "She's fine." "Fine?" Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. At this moment his mind was a little messy. He only knew that he had gone to the dark world. He could not remember anything else. State of madness. Amu suddenly said softly, "Can't you remember?" Yi Xian nodded. Amu said in a deep voice, "You went to the dark world and slaughtered many dark creatures." With that, she told him what Yi Xian had done in the dark world. After a while Yi Xian opened his eyes and said softly, "Did you break through?" Amu nodded. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the executing heaven sword appeared in his hand. However, the executing heaven sword was very normal, and he himself was also very normal. Yi Xian looked at Amu. After a moment of silence, Amu said softly, "Maybe it has something to do with your bloodline power. It should be that only when you activate the bloodline power will you enter that state, and in that state, your strength will increase by more than several times." State of madness. Yi Xian shook his head. Although that state would increase his strength, it could not be controlled. At this moment, Amu also said, "Although that state will increase your strength, the drawbacks are too great, because you will even kill your own people. It's too crazy. So it's better not to enter that state." Yi Xian smiled bitterly. He did not want to enter that state, but he found that as long as he was angry, he would automatically enter that state. Yi Xian shook his head and did not think too much. He looked at Amu. "Take me to Sealinger." Amu nodded. It didn't take long for Amu to bring Yi Xian to the cemetery. As soon as they entered the cemetery, the old man appeared before them. The old man sized up Yi Xian. "You've returned to normal?" Yi Xian nodded and smiled bitterly. "Senior, you didn't make it clear at that time." The old man shook his head. You ran away before I could even finish speaking. Young man, you should be more patient. You're too impulsive. Yi Xian nodded. Yes. The old man turned to glance at the grave and said, Your sister went in. She hasn't come out yet. Yi Xian looked at the grave. Is it dangerous? The old man shook his head. It shouldn't be. The senior inside has no ill intentions towards your sister, so it should be a huge fortuitous encounter for her. Yi Xian walked towards the grave, and as soon as he approached it, a powerful dark light surged out from within it. Yi Xian's expression changed, and he hurriedly withdrew his Taiji shield. Bang! In an instant, Yi Xian retreated by over 1 kilometer. As soon as he stopped, the ground beneath him instantly collapsed. At the same time, countless cracks actually appeared on the Taiji shield in his hand. Yi Xian was petrified at the sight of that. Amu was stunned as well. That was the Taiji shield. A precious treasure of the human race. It cracked open just like that? What the hell? Yi Xian gazed at the grave with an extremely solemn expression. Who exactly is inside? Yi Xian and Amu looked at the old man, and the old man shrugged. I don't know who it is. In any case, someone asked me to stand guard here until she wakes up. Yi Xian said in a low voice. Who asked you to stand guard here? The old man said softly. A man in green clothes. A man in green clothes. Yi Xian was stunned. And then he said, That swordsman. The old man nodded. Yi Xian looked at the grave. Didn't he tell you who's inside? The old man shook his head. He only said that it's a very important relative of his. Also, don't try to break open the grave by force. I don't know what the little white fellow and the little girl are hiding inside, but it's definitely very dangerous. The little white fellow. Yi Xian's expression became slightly strange. Could that little fellow have buried Tong Hulu inside? Yi Xian restrained his thoughts and looked at the Taiji shield. At this moment, the Taiji shield had returned to normal. Fortunately, the Taiji shield had the ability to repair itself. Otherwise, it would be too damaging. Meanwhile, the old man suddenly said, Don't worry about her. Yi Xian nodded slightly. He could still sense Yi Ling's aura, but he didn't dare approach the grave rashly. Obviously, the owner of the grave didn't allow outsiders to approach it. But who exactly was buried in the grave? The relative of the man in green clothes? Yi Xian couldn't figure it out. At this moment, Amu suddenly said, What do you plan to do next? Yi Xian said solemnly. Has arrow broken through? Amu shook his head. Not yet. Don't worry too much. Xiao Dao is secretly guarding the Great Desolation Kingdom. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression relaxed slightly. The upper realm. Yi Xian raised his head to look at the sky, and his expression gradually turned ferocious. This time, he didn't expect the upper realm to have designs on Yi Ling. Fortunately, the old man was strong enough. Otherwise, Yi Ling would definitely be doomed. And the dark world? Yi Xian suddenly turned around and left. Amu hurriedly asked, Where are you going? Yi Xian said, To the dark world. Amu was stunned and was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly said fiercely, If I don't slaughter them, I won't be able to eat. Kill, I want to kill them all. Chapter 1131. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at the entrance of the dark world. However, the entrance of the dark world was sealed off by a powerful barrier. Yi Xian was expressionless. He opened his palm, and the man-ruler seal appeared in his hand. In the next moment, the man-ruler seal transformed into a ray of sword light that shot towards the barrier. Boom! The barrier trembled violently, and then it became illusory. The man-ruler seal. It could break all seals and barriers in the world. Soon, the barrier shattered, and the entrance to the dark world appeared in front of Yi Xian. At this moment, a man walked out. It was the Lord. The Lord was still injured. The arm that Xiao Dao had cut off hadn't fully recovered. The Lord looked at Yi Xian calmly. Wu Tian, who was next to the Lord, was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly disappeared. Chi! A ray of sword light tore through the battlefield, and instantly appeared in front of the Lord. The Lord didn't attack. Two old men suddenly appeared in front of him. Boom! With a loud explosion, Yi Xian retreated to his original spot. The Lord looked at Yi Xian. Are you really not going to give me a way out? Yi Xian sneered. Give you a way out? Haven't you heard of taking your life while you're down? With that, he charged out. He didn't come to the dark world to act on impulse. Now that the Lord was seriously injured, and the experts of the dark world were dead, it could be said that the dark world was at its weakest. If he didn't destroy it now, when would he? The Lord narrowed his eyes when he saw Yi Xian charging over. His intuition told him that something was wrong. Yi Xian couldn't destroy the dark world by himself. At this moment, the space around them suddenly split open. In the next moment, a dozen powerful auras swept over. The newcomers were Tai Yi, Shengong, and the others. There were a total of 12 principal gods. They were all super experts in the ruler realm. The Lord's expression changed drastically. Retreat. With that, he led the surrounding dark world experts back to the dark world. Yi Xian, on the other hand, led Tai Yi and the others into the dark world. In front of the Black Tower, the Lord stared at the distant sky. There, Yi Xian and the 12 others were slaughtering their way forward. No one could stop them. Soon Yi Xian and the others were getting closer and closer to him. Suddenly the Overlord roared, "Summon the Ancestor." As soon as he finished speaking, the black pagoda behind him suddenly trembled violently, and then a ray of black light shot into the sky. Within that ray of black light, an old man suddenly appeared. The old man was dressed in a black robe. His hair and beard were all white, and he exuded an extremely powerful aura that was as vast as the starry sky, unfathomable. In the distance, Yi Xian stopped and frowned. Why did all these powers like to summon their ancestors? Who was his ancestor? He also wanted to call his ancestor. Calling him ancestor for no reason at all. It was really annoying. In the sky, the black-robed old man looked around. There was a trace of confusion in his eyes, but it gradually became clear. A moment later, the black-robed old man's gaze fell on the Lord. The Lord and the others hurriedly bowed respectfully. This was a senior from the dark world. The black-robed old man looked around, and finally, he looked at Yi Xian in the distance. When he saw Yi Xian, he immediately frowned. Yi Xian gripped the executing heaven sword tightly in his right hand. Just as he was about to attack, the black-robed old man suddenly said softly, "Young man, come here for a moment." Yi Xian blinked. He glanced at the old man, hesitated for a moment, and then walked in front of the black-robed old man. Of course, he was always on guard, afraid that the old man would play dirty. Some old men were very bad. After the black-robed old man sized up Yi Xian, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. "You," Yi Xian asked, "what is it?" The black-robed old man said softly, "Your fate is so strange. And the karma you carry." Yi Xian glanced at the old man. "Are you going to fight or not?" The black-robed old man took a deep and long glance at Yi Xian, and then he said, "May I know why you want to kill my dark world and the dark world?" Yi Xian smiled. "I'm not the one who wants to destroy all of you. It's all of you who want to destroy me." The black-robed old man turned around to look at the Lord. "What's going on?" The expressions of the experts from the dark world became slightly strange when they heard this. What's going on? This ancestor of his seemed to be blaming him. The Lord fell silent for a moment before he said, "Ancestor, can you kill him?" The black-robed old man stared at the Lord. "Are you an idiot?" An uproar resounded here. Yi Xian and the others were stunned. What's going on? The Lord gazed at the black-robed old man with a slightly unsightly expression. The black-robed old man looked down at the Lord. "You'll lead the dark world to destruction." The Lord spoke in a low voice. "Just because we chose him to be our enemy?" The black-robed old man shook his head. "You've lived for so many years, yet you can't even do that. You've really lived for nothing." The Lord frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" The black-robed old man's face was expressionless. "The karma he carries isn't something my dark world can taint." The Lord fell silent. The black-robed old man continued. "It's fine to be ambitious, but you have to possess strength that can match it. Otherwise, you'll only be courting death." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around to gaze at Yi Xian. "Young friend, my dark world would like to end this karma with you today. May I know if that's possible?" Yi Xian smiled. "No. You can fight if you want and stop if you don't? Who do you think I am? It doesn't matter who comes here today. The black-robed old man nodded slightly. I understand. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his palm. In an instant, the space around him became illusory. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw this, and then Tai suddenly said, "He's not simple." Yi Xian nodded. This old man's cultivation is definitely above the ruler realm. At the very least, shattering void realm. The scene here changed incessantly between illusory and real, and the space around Yi Xian and the others gradually started to ripple violently. Yi Xian slashed with his sword. However, it seemed like he'd slashed through the air, and the sword chi had vanished without a trace. What's going on? Yi Xian frowned slightly. Tai spoke softly by Yi Xian's side. This is shattering void realm. The space I'm in right now is illusory and not real. No, only he is real. The current situation is extremely disadvantageous to us. Yi Xian fell silent for a moment, and then he took a step forward and activated his sword domain. Yi Xian was stunned the instant the sword domain appeared. Under the sword domain, the void was the void, and the truth was the truth. Yi Xian was stunned. At this moment, he suddenly understood what shattering void was. Void? Really? Under Yi Xian's sword domain, the black-robed old man was like a naked woman. Everything could be seen clearly, and there were no secrets to speak of. However, even though he had seen through it, he was still unable to understand how it felt. It was like a young man who had been single for countless years looking at a naked woman. He could see everything clearly, but he still couldn't understand the primitive joy. Because he only looked and didn't delve deeper, he couldn't experience it. Hurry. At this moment, Yi Xian was very anxious. He wanted to experience the feeling of being in between reality and illusion, but he didn't know where to start. He knew that he was only one step away from the shattering void tier. And as long as he took this step, to be able to reach the shattering void tier. Even though this sounded ridiculous since he was only at the rebirth state, Yi Xian knew that it was entirely possible. In the sword domain, Yi Xian was even more anxious. At this moment, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. It was the black-robed old man. He directly threw a punch at Yi Xian's head. Yi Xian watched as the punch flew towards him. The punch was very slow, so slow that it seemed a little unreal. However, when the punch landed on his chest, in an instant, boom! Yi Xian retreated several thousand feet. Outside the sword domain, Tai and the others couldn't do anything. At this moment, it was as if they were separated from this world. It was extremely strange. When Yi Xian stopped, the black-robed old man appeared in front of him again. At this moment, Yi Xian smiled. The black-robed old man threw a punch. Yi Xian suddenly threw a punch. When he saw Yi Xian's punch, the black-robed old man was instantly stunned. His eyes were filled with disbelief, but he didn't withdraw his fist. Boom. As soon as their fists collided in an instant, the surroundings suddenly fell silent, and then the space around them trembled before shattering and turning pitch black. Meanwhile, Yi Xian had retreated 3 kilometers. At the same time, his body cracked and blood sprayed. But he was smiling. He was smiling very happily. On the contrary, the black-robed old man's expression was unprecedentedly solemn as he stared fixedly at Yi Xian. How could this be possible? At this moment, his heart was like a raging sea. Yi Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled. Why not? The black-robed old man looked at Yi Xian, and his eyes were filled with tangible killing intent. He knew that if this young man didn't die, then the dark world would definitely perish. Comprehending a higher realm? That was too crazy. The black-robed old man slowly clenched his right hand. In an instant, the space around him became illusory. Yi Xian sensed the black-robed old man's killing intent, and he suddenly said, "Retreat." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. When Tai and the others heard Yi Xian's words, they turned around and ran. Seeing Yi Xian run without another word, the black-robed old man was stunned. Was this guy not going to fight anymore? While he was stunned, Yi Xian had already disappeared into the horizon. In the same place, the black-robed old man didn't chase after him because he wouldn't exist for long. His expression was extremely ugly. Below, the Lord appeared in front of the black-robed old man. he said in a low voice. What's wrong? The black-robed old man turned around and glanced at the Lord. Gradually, he became more and more illusory, and in a short while he completely disappeared. In the battlefield, the Lord's expression was extremely ugly. He knew that something must have happened, because he felt the black-robed old man's emotion. It was fear. What exactly happened that made the old man, who was already in the shattering void tier, so afraid? The Lord looked at the horizon in the distance where Yi Xian had escaped, his expression becoming more and more ugly. After a long silence, the Lord looked up at the horizon. At this moment, he could only hope that the people of the higher realm would come down as soon as possible, because the current dark world couldn't stop Yi Xian. The higher realm. In a boundless void, a woman in a plain dress walked through the air. Wherever she went, the space was torn apart. After an unknown amount of time, an old man suddenly appeared thousands of feet in front of the woman in the plain dress. The old man held a sword and looked at the woman in the plain dress. You're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. As he spoke, he pulled out his sword and pointed it at the woman in the plain dress. If you survive a blow from the old man will let you pass. P.S. I've been locked up at home for a long time. My hair has grown so long, and I want to go to a proper health shop to get my hair cut. Chapter 1132. In the starry sky, the old man stood with his sword. There was no sword will or sword aura around him, but he stood there as if he was the master of the starry sky. Compared to him, the woman in the plain dress was frail, like a leaf in the sea. The old man pointed his sword at the woman in the plain dress. He was about to speak when the woman in the plain dress was already behind him. The old man narrowed his eyes. He was about to draw his sword when the woman in the plain dress disappeared into the starry sky. She did not even look at him. At that moment, the old man flew into a rage. How dare she look down on him? The old man drew his sword, but at that moment his eyes suddenly widened. The next moment, his throat was torn open and blood gushed out. The old man was petrified. When did she draw her sword? What kind of sword Dao was that? He could not even take a single strike? He did not even know when she drew her sword? A series of questions flashed through the old man's mind like a flash of lightning. But there was no answer. In the starry sky, the old man just stood there. Although it was only a crack, that sword had wiped away all the old man's upgrades, even his karma. Of course, it had also cut off his path of reincarnation. That sword was not to kill, but to erase. To completely erase everything that the old man had in this world. This was 1,000 times more terrifying than killing. The swordsman's eyes were filled with confusion even in death. What kind of sword was that? At the end of the starry sky, the woman in the plain dress tore through space. Her face was expressionless, like an emotionless killer. Soon the woman in the plain dress disappeared into the starry sky. The Wu clan. After Yi Xian returned to Shaman City, he immediately went into isolation. In the room, Yi Xian sat on the ground with his eyes closed. At that moment, his mind was filled with the scene of him fighting with the old man in black. Shattering the void. Yi Xian knew that this was his chance. Understanding beyond his level? It might sound absurd, but it was not impossible. He must have dreams. He must dare to think. Outside the door, Amu looked at Yi Xian's room with curiosity. When Yi Xian came back, although he was injured, he looked very happy. At this time, priest suddenly appeared beside Amu. He glanced at Yi Xian's room and asked, "What is he doing?" Amu whispered, "It looks like he's about to break through." Breakthrough. The priest blinked. Another breakthrough? Amu nodded. Awesome, right? Divine Master. Amu looked at Qian. Is something the matter? Qian nodded. I want to discuss something with him. Amu asked, What is it? Qian whispered, Let's wait for him to come out. Amu nodded. How is the situation with the Celestials? Qian said. Most of them are still recuperating. Fortunately, they have his purple gas. Otherwise, this injury might not recover in a short period of time. As she said that, she looked at Amu. Someone from the upper realm has intervened. Tendo is watching from the sidelines. I think we can't just sit around and wait for death. We have to do something. Amu blinked. What should we do? Qian thought about it and said, why don't we move to the sword sect? Didn't that swordsman ask us to go to the sword sect as a guest? I think we can go play. Play. Amu said in a deep voice, but he didn't say the address. Qian blinked. That's right. He didn't say the address, but he asked us to go play. The two women. In the room, Yixian sat cross-legged on the ground. At this moment he was already meditating. About 4 hours later, Yixian suddenly opened his eyes. He stood up and displayed sword domain. In the next moment, his right hand slowly clenched, and in an instant, the space inside sword domain directly became illusory. Seeing this scene, Yixian was instantly excited. Shattering Void. He could now achieve Shattering Void. However, he could only achieve Shattering Void with the help of Sword Domain. Without Sword Domain, he couldn't achieve the state of Shattering Void. Strictly speaking, he still wasn't considered a Shattering Void tier elite, but he already had the ability of the Shattering Void tier. Yixian smiled and left the room. Outside, Amu and the two women had been waiting for a long time. Yixian looked at Qian. Divine Master. Qian nodded slightly. She sized up Yixian. You broke through. Yixian smiled. Sort of. Quite a harvest. Qian smiled. Congratulations. Yixian smiled and said, Divine Master, what brings you here? Qian nodded. This time, I came to discuss our future path with you. Yixian was just about to speak, when the unusual beast scripture suddenly appeared in front of Yixian. Yixian looked at the unusual beast scripture. The unusual beast scripture said, You speak, I'm listening. Qian said in a deep voice, The people of the higher realm definitely won't let it go. They haven't made a move now because they've already suffered twice and learned to be smart. But next time, they'll definitely be fully prepared. As she spoke, she looked at Yixian. So we have to prepare in advance. Yixian nodded. But now there's a problem, and that's that we don't even know where they are. Qian said. Xiao Dao knows. Right at this moment, Xiao Dao suddenly appeared, and she glanced at them. Don't even think about counterattacking. Their place isn't somewhere you can go right now. Yixian frowned slightly. Then why can they come down? Xiao Dao said indifferently. Have you seen them come down? They haven't really come down until now. Yixian suddenly asked. They can't come down? Xiao Dao shook her head. No, they can come down, but they have to pay a huge price. One of the prices is that their realm will be suppressed. Yixian was slightly puzzled. Why would they be suppressed? Xiao Dao smiled. The laws of the universe. In this universe, there are some laws that can't be defied. Yixian asked again. The laws of the universe? Who came up with? Xiao Dao suddenly said. Stop, I can't stand you. Yixian. Xiao Dao shook her head. The laws of the universe aren't created by anyone. They exist by themselves. Just like this world, there will be wind and rain, day and night, for seasons. These are the laws of the universe. Here and above, there are laws of the universe. Whether these laws exist naturally or man-made, I have never studied them, just like how you would study why there is day and night. Yixian shook his head. He wasn't bored, so why would he study this? At this moment, Xiao Dao suddenly said, The prophet will study it, and he will study it thoroughly. Yixian was puzzled. Why would he study this? Xiao Dao said softly. In his words, it's to pursue the truth. Yixian frowned. Truth. Xiao Dao nodded. Strictly speaking, he is a scholar. Strictly speaking, he is a scholar. Yixian wanted to ask something else, but Amu suddenly rolled her eyes at him. Get to the point. Yixian smiled and said, Miss Xiao Dao, you just said that the people from the upper realm will have their realms suppressed when they come down? Xiao Dao nodded. The stronger the person, the harder the suppression. This is also why they don't come down personally, but use the people of this world to deal with you. It's not that they don't want to come down, but the price they have to pay is too high. However, if they don't give up on your study house, they won't stop. Yixian said softly. In other words, they will continue to send people down, right? Xiao Dao nodded slightly. The worst-case scenario is that they will come down personally. If they have some special method to come down without being suppressed, you will be in danger. Yi Xian said in a low voice, "Is there a big difference in strength between us and the people above?" Xiao Dao shook her head. "It's not very big. Their place is not much different than here. Of course, I'm talking about the martial arts civilization." Yi Xian was stunned. At this time, Xiao Dao said again, "However, they have a lot of people, and each of them is a huge force. If you are above, your strength is really not enough to deal with them." Yi Xian looked at Xiao Dao. "Miss Xiao Dao understands the people above very well?" Xiao Dao said calmly, "Very well. Why is there a problem?" Yi Xian blinked. "Miss Xiao Dao also comes from above?" Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. "Do you still want to ask questions?" Yi Xian. Amu rolled his eyes at Yi Xian, and then he looked at Xiao Dao. "Miss Xiao Dao, do you have any suggestions?" Xiao Dao fell silent for a moment before she said, "There are only 3 things that you have to worry about now. Firstly, they will stop at nothing to send experts down to fight you to the death. If they do that, then you will be the ones that will suffer the most. Of course, they will suffer the same. Secondly, they have joined forces with the Yin spirits guarding the Sword Sect. No, they have already joined forces. Even though the Sword Sect is extremely strong, if they help those Yin spirits, then the Sword Sect will still be in danger. Because the sect master of the Sword Sect isn't here right now." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Are those Yin spirits that strong?" Xiao Dao said flatly. "What do you think? If they aren't strong, then would the Sword Sect need to guard it for so many years? The most terrifying thing about those Yin spirits is that they can transform all living beings into Yin spirits. So long as they come into contact with someone, then that person will become one of them. It can be said that one has to be at least at the rebirth realm to be able to resist them. Anyone below the rebirth realm wouldn't be able to resist them at all." Amu's beautiful brows knit together slightly. "They're that strong?" Xiao Dao nodded. "They're extraordinarily strong. That special ability of those Yin spirits is truly too terrifying. Let me tell you that not to mention this dimension, even those fellows in the immortal dimension wouldn't be able to resist those Yin spirits. No matter what race or living being it is, they'll become one of them wherever they go." The expressions of everyone here became solemn when they heard this. Such an ability was too terrifying indeed. No, it was simply abnormal. It was obvious that if they came to this universe, then wouldn't this universe be finished? How could they resist them? Meanwhile, a Qian suddenly asked, "Why was the Sword Sect able to resist them?" Xiao Dao fell silent for a short while before he said, "Because the sect master of the Sword Sect was very good at fighting. He killed at least 10 million Yin spirits on his own, and he made the entire spirit race stop on his own. Moreover, the patriarch of the spirit race at that time was even killed by a single swing of his sword." Her eyes rippled as she spoke, and she seemed to be recalling the past. That battle was the first time the spirit race suffered. The spirit race left this universe obediently under that man's gaze, and they didn't even dare to let out a fart. However, that man isn't in this world anymore. Chapter 1133. The Green-Robed Man. Yi Xian obviously knew the green-robed man, but he didn't know how strong he was. But he should be on the same level as the plain-dressed woman. And the green-robed man gave him a very strange feeling. That feeling was a bit like a relative, and to him, this feeling was a bit absurd. Amu suddenly said, "Why didn't he directly kill those nether spirits?" Yi Xian nodded and also asked, "Yes. He has that strength, right?" Xiao Dao said with a smile, "He does have that strength, but at that time, the nether spirits chose to retreat, and didn't fight to the death with him. They retreated to the nether spirit world, and that nether spirit world is very, very big. Apart from that, that place is very special, and ordinary people can't enter at all, because there's no spiritual qi, only endless death qi and yin qi. The space inside is also different from the space of the normal world. The space there is like a multidimensional universe, and you'll get lost if you walk inside. It can be said that even shattering void tier elites can't come out after entering." Speaking up to here, she paused, and then said, "This is also the scary part about them. If they can't beat them, they can run, and others can't chase them. Of course, since ancient times, they almost have no natural enemies. Except for this sword sect. In fact, if it wasn't for the sword sect's sect leader heavily injuring them with his own strength, with the sword sect's strength, they could at most protect themselves and couldn't stop them. Qian suddenly asked, "Where did they come from?" Xiao Dao looked at Qian and said with a smile, "You asked a good question. I really did investigate them. This nether spirit isn't from this universe, nor from the higher realm, but from another place." Amu suddenly asked, "What place? Be more detailed." Xiao Dao glanced at Amu and shook his head. "You've also become a curious baby." Amu. Xiao Dao was silent for a moment, and then said, "Fine. I'll tell you about this universe I know. In fact, this universe didn't have any 3, 4, or 5 dimensions. All living beings existed in one universe. However, everyone lives in different places. Hence, there is such a hierarchy in the universe." Yi Xian suddenly asked, "Where did the universe come from?" Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before asking, "There's also life. How was the first life formed? Also, why do the stars shine? Also..." Xiao Dao suddenly punched out. Boom. Yi Xian was blasted hundreds of feet away. The moment he stopped, the space behind him cracked. The girls looked at Yi Xian and shook their heads. Was this guy crazy? Asking such a question. However, they were actually a little curious and wanted to know. How did the universe come into being? How did life come into being? However, they wouldn't ask. In the distance, Yi Xian rubbed his chest. This Xiao Dao was too violent. He hit people at the drop of a hat. Xiao Dao glanced at Yi Xian. "I haven't studied these questions you asked. The Prophet has. There might be an answer in the study. You can take a look for yourself when you open it in the future. Also, I really don't know everything. Do you understand?" Yi Xian smiled awkwardly. Understood. Xiao Dao was deep in thought. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. She took a deep breath and calmed down. Otherwise, she really wanted to kill this guy in front of her. Amu suddenly walked to Xiao Dao's side. She held Xiao Dao's hand and smiled. "Miss Xiao Dao, don't be angry. Come, let's continue talking about this universe." Xiao Dao was silent for a moment before saying, "Strictly speaking, the upper realm is not the 6th dimension. It belongs to the boundary between the 6th dimension and the 5th dimension. However, they are related to the 6th dimension. This is because the first batch of people in the upper realm were driven out by the people of the 6th dimension." Amu frowned slightly. "Driven out?" Xiao Dao nodded. Qian suddenly asked, "Why?" Xiao Dao said softly, "This has to start from the system of the 6th dimension. The 6th dimension doesn't have the 5th dimension's tribulations. Why? Because they protect the 6th dimension's universe extremely well. In that universe, they strictly control the number of people who can cultivate. The population there is less than 1/10,000,000th of the population here. In addition, not everyone can cultivate there. Only those with great talent or perseverance can cultivate there. Those without talent and are unwilling to work hard will live for 60 to 70 years at most before dying. And because they can't cultivate, they can't destroy the spiritual energy there. So they can't cause any substantial damage to that universe." Hearing this, the expressions of the people in the room changed. Could it be like this? The mutated beast scripture suddenly asked. No one resisted? Xiao Dao looked at the mutated beast scripture. How? The strongest group of people joined forces to establish an orderly system. How could the people below resist? How could they resist? As for those who have the ability to resist, they would choose to join them to maintain that orderly system, because that was the only way their universe could last forever. Besides that, they have all sorts of measures to protect the universe. For example, there's a power called the Union Hall. The Union Hall was jointly established by various top powers, and it's filled with extraordinary experts, the extremely strong kind. They're restricted by the various powers, but they don't listen to the orders of any single power. Their duty is to protect that universe. As she spoke, she paused for a moment and said, "In that universe, the experts of the Union Hall patrol everywhere." Besides cultivating, they don't allow anyone to steal the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth on a large scale, let alone destroy the heavens and the earth. If you want to fight, you can. They have special battlefields there. So long as experts have attained a certain strength, they must enter those battlefields. Otherwise, once they're discovered, the Union Hall has the right to kill first and report later. The Union Hall is divided into the Martial Arts Hall and the Martial Arts Hall. The Martial Arts Hall is in charge of enforcing the law, and the Martial Arts Hall is in charge of repairing and balancing. Amu frowned slightly. Repairing and balancing? What do you mean? Xiao Dao said softly. Those people from the One Palace are really scary. They're all scholars. They might not be very strong, but they're really knowledgeable. At first, I thought that the prophet wasn't from the One Palace. But after thinking about it, I don't think so. Yi Xian asked, why? Xiao Dao said in a low voice. The prophet is at least 10 times scarier than the people from the One Palace. Yi Xian still wanted to ask something, but Xiao Dao suddenly said, let's get back to the main topic. Let's talk about the One Palace. Their duty is to repair and balance. This repair is when some places become thin due to some natural reasons, they will repair it. Apart from that, they also have all sorts of array masters. These array masters have set up a lot of array formations to protect the spiritual energy in that universe. These array formations will protect the spiritual energy very well. For example, the spiritual energy in Shaman City can only be used for 10 years under normal circumstances. However, with those array formations and control Shaman City, this chapter is not over, please continue. The spiritual energy here can be used for at least 50 years. Hearing this, the expressions of Yi Xian and the others changed. Xiao Dao continued. There's one more thing. They have a very strict law. No one is allowed to harm the spirits of the world. If anyone dares to harm the spirits of the world, they will receive an extremely cruel punishment. In the end, they will be thrown into bright prison and suffer the pain of being burned by the flames of karma for all eternity. Amu said in a low voice, is the status of the spirits that high there? Xiao Dao nodded. Very, very high, terrifyingly high. This is because the spirits of the world can naturally form spiritual energy and nourish the world. It can be said that without those spirits of the world, it's impossible for them to maintain the balance of the spiritual energy for a long time. As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian. If that little white fellow goes to that place, she will be worshipped like a god. Based on what I know, even in the 6th dimension, there isn't a single spirit ancestor. And the 6th dimension is also doing everything it can to find a spirit ancestor. The use of a spirit ancestor is simply unimaginable, especially that little fellow. That little fellow is no longer a normal spirit ancestor. She has mutated, and her ability has never appeared even in the place I come from. Of course, it's best if the 6th dimension doesn't have any ideas about her. The people around that little fellow can defeat the 6th dimension. Yi Xian suddenly asked. Miss Amu, did you say the place you come from? Where did you come from? In the field, all the girls looked at little Daoist. They were also very curious about Xiao Dao's background. Xiao Dao said flatly, I come from another ancient place. Yi Xian blinked. What ancient place? Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. Why are you asking so many questions? Does where I come from have anything to do with you? Yi Xian. Seeing that Xiao Dao was slightly agitated, Amu suddenly said, Come, let's talk about the 6th dimension. Talk about the 6th dimension. Xiao Dao pondered for a moment, and then said, the 6th dimension attaches great importance to the protection of that world, especially the Union Hall. This power is very tolerant because there aren't only humans there. There are also other living beings. For example, some demon spirits can enter. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have strength and ability. As long as you have strength and ability, they will welcome you to join. Amu said softly. In that case, the 6th dimension's universe is much better than ours? Xiao Dao said softly. It's not much better. It's just that this place can't be compared to their place. Compared to that place, this place is like a barbarian land. A Qian suddenly said, Miss Xiao Dao, just now you said that the people of the upper realm were chased down by the people of the 6th dimension? Xiao Dao nodded. Yes. Qian was a little puzzled. Why? Xiao Dao smiled. Where there are people, there are benefits, and where there are benefits, there are conflicts. The sixth dimension is not really harmonious. There are also internal problems. Back then, there were serious internal problems. There were two forces that had serious differences, and in the end the two forces directly fought. That time, it was really too much for the sixth dimension, because there were some differences within the Union Hall. Both sides fought, and in the end, the losing group was forced to leave the sixth dimension, and came to the lower realm to linger on. P.S. You can do hair at the healthcare center. Why don't you believe it? Also, healthcare center is just a simple massage. Do you have any misunderstandings about this industry? End of this chapter. Chapter 1134. At this moment, everyone in the field suddenly understood. Yi Xian finally understood the ins and outs of the matter. His enemy was not the entire sixth dimension, but the upper realm. Amu suddenly asked. Their target is the bookstore, right? Xiao Dao nodded. Yes. And the place where this bookstore once appeared was in the sixth dimension. Amu asked again. Is the prophet from the sixth dimension? Xiao Dao spread her hands. I'm not sure about that. When this bookstore first appeared in the sixth dimension, I was already here, and I didn't investigate it. Amu was silent. Yi Xian suddenly asked, Miss Xiao Dao, in your opinion, what exactly is in this bookstore? Xiao Dao was silent for a moment, then said, the upper realm is so desperate to snatch this thing. The thing in this thing must be very important to them. And if it's important to them, it might also be important to the sixth dimension. Hearing this, Yi Xian's face darkened. In that case, the sixth dimension might also become his enemy? Xiao Dao suddenly said. Of course, your priority now is to deal with the upper realm. In order to deal with you, these guys did not hesitate to join forces with those Yin spirits. You really have to be careful. Amu said in a deep voice. Miss Xiao Dao, where did these Yin spirits come from? Xiao Dao was silent for a moment, then said, they were also driven out. Yi Xian and the others. Xiao Dao said softly. They came from a very, very far place, even farther than the sixth dimension. Wherever they go, they are like locusts, really barren. And their cultivation method is even more peculiar. They don't need spiritual energy, because they rely on devouring. Their growth is devouring. And it is precisely because of this that they are terrifying. They can devour other people's cultivation for their own use. If it wasn't for the sword sects stopping them, this universe would have been gone. Yi Xian suddenly said, Does Tendo know? Xiao Dao nodded. Yes. This was also the reason why she had asked the plain-dressed woman to stay back then. She knew that the woman in the plain dress was feared by both the upper realm and the Yin spirits in this universe. But once she leaves, those fellows won't have any worries anymore. A woman in a plain dress. Yi Xian looked up. He had no idea where she was at the moment. Little Taoist continued. Actually, you and the Heavenly Tao have the same goal now. This is also why she has helped you so many times. It can be said that she is helping you and using you at the same time. Yi Xian said in a low voice. Can I also make use of her? Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. As long as you have the ability, you can definitely do it. She's not someone who can't afford to play. Yi Xian nodded. Understood. Qian suddenly said. Can we go to the sixth dimension? Everyone looked at Qian, and Qian hesitated for a moment before he said, I think that place is better. Xiao Dao said softly, It's indeed better, but it's impossible for all of you to go there. No, it should be said that they won't allow all of you to go there, because all of you won't abide by the rules there. For example, your Tian clan. If all of you go there, then the cultivations of countless clansmen of your Tian clan will be crippled, and they won't be able to cultivate anymore. They can only die of old age. Let me ask you, would they be willing to do that? Qian fell silent. Giving up on their cultivation, and being unable to cultivate was even more painful than killing them. Xiao Dao said softly, This is your home. Don't think about destroying it and looking for a new home. Perhaps there will be a new home, a better home, but it might be someone else's home as well. Instead of that, why don't you protect what you have now? A Qian said softly, Miss Little Taoist is right. It's just that to change is so difficult. Xiao Dao smiled. Now do you know how difficult it is to be a prophet? It's because he wants to change. Trying to prove it is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. This is not something that can be changed with just strength. For example, if you want to change, all the cultivators in the fifth dimension will be your enemies and will oppose you. Amu suddenly said, Then how did the sixth dimension do it? Xiao Dao looked at Amu and said, Blood. The blood of countless eras has flowed. Moreover, they have an extremely powerful guide. And this guide established this order on the corpses of countless ancestors. After saying that, she paused and then said, To be more accurate, it was two people from different eras. One person created a small spark and ignited a light of hope, while the other ignited it and turned it into a prairie fire. Their method won't work here, at least not now. Yixian nodded his head. He also felt that it was unrealistic. Change. Who was willing to give up their cultivation? Who was willing to stop cultivating and become an ordinary person, growing old and dying? No one was willing. It could be said that if they wanted to do so, it would be equivalent to becoming enemies with all the cultivators in the fifth dimension. At this moment, Xiao Dao suddenly turned her head to look at the horizon. Her gaze pierced through the starry sky, and after a moment she said softly, Arrow is about to break through. The first shattering void tier elite of the Cambrian era? Arrow was about to break through. Hearing this, everyone was stunned and soon, everyone disappeared on the spot. Heading to the Great Desolation country. Arrow breaking through. That was a big deal. In the field, Xiao Dao raised her head to look at the horizon, a trace of worry in her eyes. Arrow breaking through. If the higher realms didn't stop Arrow, then Arrow would really reach the shattering void tier. For someone like Arrow to reach the shattering void tier, that wasn't an ordinary shattering void tier. It could be said that once Arrow reached the shattering void tier, at present, in the entire fifth dimension, only Tendo could beat her. She couldn't beat him, because her current strength hadn't recovered, and in the current situation, she couldn't beat Arrow who reached the shattering void tier. Only Tendo could. After the woman in the plain dress left, at present, the best fighter in the entire fifth dimension was Tendo. And how strong Tendo was, and to what extent no one knew. It had always been a mystery. Xiao Dao withdrew her thoughts and turned to look at the horizon. Arrow, a super swordsman of the shattering void tier, that battle prowess, even in the higher realms, couldn't be said to be invincible, but it was still invincible. Would the higher realms really let Arrow break through smoothly? In the field, Xiao Dao was silent for a long time, and then turned to leave. In a certain part of the starry sky, a woman was slowly walking. In her hand, she was holding a small roasted fish. This woman was Tendo. At this moment, Tendo suddenly stopped and turned to look. After a moment, she smiled slightly. About to break through? After saying that, she shook her head and turned to leave. She walked sloppily, swinging the small fish in her hand. She didn't look like Tendo at all, but more like a problem girl. In a short while, the woman disappeared at the end of the galaxy. Great Desolate Country. After Yi Xian and the others arrived at the Great Desolate Country, the king of the Great Desolate Country instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Arrow's breakthrough had reached a critical moment, and if someone came to disturb him at this moment, the Great Desolate Country couldn't stop them at all. Fortunately, Yi Xian had come with some strong people. Yi Xian looked at Xiao Dao who wasn't far away. How much longer? Xiao Dao glanced at Arrow's direction and said softly, 3 days at most. 3 days. Yi Xian looked up at the horizon. 3 days. Would the people of the higher realms give 3 days? No. They definitely wouldn't give Arrow these 3 days. Yi Xian opened his palm, and a voice transmission talisman suddenly disappeared. No matter what, he had to be fully prepared. Somewhere in the void, an illusory old man looked down. His gaze pierced through the galaxy, and directly saw the Great Desolate Country. His gaze was always on the area where Arrow was. He had already sensed an extremely powerful sword aura. Arrow. The people of the higher realms knew about this woman, swordsman. Currently, Arrow was only at the ruler realm. But his strength had already reached an extremely terrifying level. If he broke through again, thinking of this, the old man's brows deeply wrinkled. No matter what, he couldn't let Arrow break through. At this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared beside him. This person was the Lord of the Dark World. The old man glanced at the Lord and the Lord looked down. What's the plan? The old man chuckled. Naturally, we can't let her break through. Once this woman breaks through, it will be extremely disadvantageous to us. The Lord pointed downwards. That little Taoist is there too. She alone can fend off countless experts. The old man softly said. That depends on what kind of expert it is. The Lord suddenly said. My dark world can't stop her. Now that he had learned his lesson, he didn't want to be cannon fodder. The old man smiled. Just watch. The Lord deeply looked at the old man but didn't say anything. In the great desolate country, the aura in the area where Arrow was getting stronger and stronger. That aura was also mixed with sword aura. At this moment, all the experts of the great desolate country were looking over here. Arrow was about to break through. Arrow was the pride of the great desolate country, and the pride of the entire Cambrian era. Just like this, time passed bit by bit. About 2 days later, the aura in the area where Arrow was getting stronger and stronger. That aura spread towards the sky, causing the entire galaxy to tremble. At this moment, a moose suddenly walked to the side of Yi Xian, looked up at the sky, and softly said, The 5th dimension tribulation is coming. Yi Xian chuckled. Don't be afraid, if you really can't hold on, I will put you in the tower. We will hide in the tower. This tower is hard enough. It can definitely block the 5th dimension tribulation. Amu blinked. Can I? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Amu shook her head. I still have my clansmen. I have to stay with them. Clansmen. Yi Xian was silent. His Xiaota couldn't carry so many people. Yi Xian turned his head to look at the sky. Speaking of Xiaota, he suddenly thought of Lian Qian and Yanjia. These two said they went out to look for Dao La. But now there was no news at all. They couldn't be lost, right? At this moment, an old man suddenly appeared in the sky above the great desolate country. Yi Xian collected his thoughts and looked up at the old man. The old man looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Give us the universal library, and we will leave. We will not disturb your world. We will keep our word. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the universal library suddenly appeared in front of the old man. Yi Xian said with a smile. Take it. I don't want it anymore. Everyone. At the side, Xiao Dao glanced at Yi Xian. She knew that this guy was definitely playing some dirty trick. Chapter 1135. Does Yi Xian look like someone who would suffer a loss? Doesn't seem like it. Xiao Dao looks at Yi Xian curiously. What is this guy planning? In the sky, the old man is stunned when he sees the book room. This is different from the script he had in mind. This doesn't seem real. The old man doesn't take the book room. Instead, he looks at Yi Xian. Yi Xian blinks and says, You don't want it? The old man stares at Yi Xian. What are you playing at? Yi Xian shakes his head. What do you want? Didn't you ask me to hand it over? Now that I hand it over, you ask me what I'm playing at. If I don't hand it over, you want to hit me. I'm really in a difficult situation. The old man looks at Yi Xian. He doesn't take the book room. Even if you use your toes to think, you can tell that this is strange. At this moment, the Lord suddenly appears by the old man's side. He looks at the old man and says, Since he handed it over, why don't we take it? With that, he puts the book room away. However, he's still very vigilant. Obviously, he's afraid that Yi Xian is playing tricks. However, Yi Xian doesn't play any tricks. After the Lord puts the book room away, he looks at Yi Xian after confirming that there are no accidents. There's also that Xiaota. Yi Xian smiles and points with his finger. The prism pagoda flies in front of the Lord. The Lord squints his eyes and puts the prism pagoda away. There are still no accidents. The Lord stares at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiles. I gave it to you. The Lord suddenly turns to look at the old man. Attack. The old man squints his eyes and doesn't answer. The Lord says coldly, This person is so talented. Aren't you afraid? There's also that arrow. Once this woman breaks through, do you still have the confidence to kill her? Even if you do, how much will it cost? The old man is silent and hesitant. Yi Xian. Arrow. These two people could pose a great threat to them. Especially Arrow. Once this woman broke through, her threat would be extraordinary. Thinking of this, the old man's eyes were filled with killing intent. At this moment, the Lord said. Yi Xian took the initiative to hand over Xiao Ta and the bookstore. He is showing weakness. He wants to buy time for Arrow. His goal is to let Arrow break through smoothly. As he spoke, he paused for a moment before he continued. If we don't eliminate the roots, the weeds will grow again with the spring breeze. The old man looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, I think what he said makes sense. Yi Xian smiled and said, I also think that what he said makes sense. The old man looked at Yi Xian. Then I might have to break my promise. Yi Xian blinked. Sure. As soon as he spoke, the prison pagoda in the Lord's hand shook violently. A moment later, a sword flew out from within. The executing heaven sword. Because the prison pagoda was in the Lord's hand, the moment the sword appeared, it was already at the center of the Lord's forehead. However, the sword ancestor's reaction was extremely fast. The moment the sword touched his forehead, his body became illusory and he wanted to dodge. However, at this moment, a mysterious force suddenly enveloped him. Sword domain. The moment the sword domain enveloped the Lord, he was immediately suppressed. His body stopped for a moment, and it was this moment that allowed the executing heaven sword to pierce through his forehead. Hiss. The sword tore through the sky. An array of sword light remained in the Lord's head. Bang! The Lord's body collapsed, but his soul had already escaped. However, at this moment, another sword flew out from the prison pagoda. The soul-suppressing sword. The Lord's pupils constricted when he saw the soul-suppressing sword. He knew that he was done for. Hiss. The soul-suppressing sword pierced into the Lord's body. Bang! A powerful wave of soul energy suddenly surged out from the soul-suppressing sword. And the surrounding space trembled. It was like an earthquake, and it was incomparably terrifying. At this time, Yi Xian opened his palm, and the prison pagoda and the bookhouse returned to his hand. Yi Xian looked at the elder. The elder hadn't made a move since the beginning, nor could he. This was because Yi Xian had killed the Lord in the blink of an eye. Of course, Yi Xian knew very well that the main reason he was able to kill the Lord was because the Lord himself had been injured. After the Lord had been severely injured by Xiao Dao, his injuries hadn't healed at all because the time was too short. Besides that, the Lord had the prison pagoda, but the Lord didn't know that the prison pagoda could cooperate with him. Careless. In the end, the Lord was too careless. In the sky, the elder looked down at Yi Xian with an expressionless face. His expression was calm, as if he had expected this a long time ago. They had already investigated Yi Xian carefully, and the Lord had always been extremely wary of Yi Xian. This was also why he did not go and fetch Xiao Ta in the bookhouse earlier. The Lord had also been wary, but he had underestimated Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at the old man, and the old man smiled faintly. I heard that Yi Xian values friendship. Yi Xian looked at the old man. Are you going to threaten me with something now? The old man smiled and said, I've made some calculations. My people should have reached Shaman City by now. Yi Xian smiled. The old man narrowed his eyes slightly. Yi Xian looked at the old man. I wish them good luck. The old man lifted his head and looked at the sky. His gaze pierced through space and arrived at Shaman City. At that moment, 12 black-robed people had appeared in the sky above Shaman City at some point of time, and there were 19 people standing before them. The ones leading the group were Tai Yi and Shen Gong. All of them were rulers. In this universe, besides monsters like Xiao Dao, Arrow and Tendo, there was no one who could instantly kill these 19 righteous gods. Of course, they had to get rid of the unique aspect of the sword sect. Tai Yi looked at the 12 black-robed people before him and said flatly, kill them. The moment he finished speaking, the 19 people charged forward. The 12 people did not retreat. They charged straight at Tai Yi and the others. Wuxia looked at the sky from below Shaman City, and by his side was Hao Tian. The Celestials had already moved to Shaman City. This was Yi Xian's idea. This way, they would not be defeated one by one. At that moment, Wuxia suddenly said, I didn't expect that we would work together. Hao Tian said softly, for survival. If the Wu clan and the Celestials still wanted to fight against each other, then the only thing that would await them would be destruction. At that moment, both of them felt very lucky, because they had a god tier and a great priestess. Without these two people, it would be extremely difficult for the Celestials and the Wu clan to work together. In the sky above the kingdom of great wilderness, the old man withdrew his gaze and looked at Yi Xian. From what I know, there are a lot of people who care about this. Yi Xian smiled. Are you talking about Fu Wenzong and the Worldwide Academy? The old man narrowed his eyes and turned his head to look. In the sky above Fu Wenzong. In the sky above Fu Wenzong, there were 5 black-robed people. But facing these 5 black-robed people were 5 righteous gods. They were all from Zhou Sacred Mountain. 5 against 5. All of them were peak ruler realm powerhouses, and none of them could do anything to the other. In the sky above the Worldwide Academy, there were 13 black-robed people. They were all peak ruler realm powerhouses. The reason why there were more of them than Fu Wenzong was because Zhang Wenxiu had a special relationship with Yi Xian. Their target was Zhang Wenxiu. But in the sky above Fu Wenzong, besides the 5 righteous gods, there was also the Sword Sex Elder Gu and a true dragon. There was also a gigantic 8 trigrams rune in the sky above the Worldwide Academy. This rune was activated by all the people in the Worldwide Academy, so they did not have to worry about the rune running out of energy. At least they did not have to worry about it for the time being. But now, regardless of whether it was Fu Wenzong, the Worldwide Academy, or Shaman City, they only needed to drag it out. Drag it out until Arrow broke through. Once Arrow broke through, all their problems would be solved. In the sky above Shaman City, the black-robed old man's face suddenly turned dark. He did not expect that Yi Xian would be prepared for this. Below, Yi Xian smiled. He was not in a hurry. What he needed to do now was to wait for Arrow to break through. Arrow was in a critical period right now, and he could not afford to make any mistakes. Yi Xian turned his head around and cast a glance into the distance. Xiao Dao was standing in the distance. She had been standing by Arrow's side all this while. With her around, even if the Tendo attacked, it would be impossible for him to disturb Arrow for a short period of time. Based on the current situation, their situation was very stable. Yi Xian also felt that their situation was very stable. That was why he was very calm. In the sky, the black-robed old man suddenly fell silent. He did not retreat, and neither did he attack. It was as if he was waiting for something. When he saw this, Yi Xian frowned. His instincts told him that things were not as simple as they seemed. What was the old man waiting for? At that moment, a woman suddenly walked over from the distance. She was dressed in a white dress that was as white as snow. There was not a speck of dust on it, and in her left hand, she held a small fish that had been half-eaten. All the people in the area looked at the woman who walked over. Tendo. The black-robed old man's calm expression suddenly became solemn when he saw the woman, and it grew even more solemn. He stared fixedly at Tendo while clenching his fists as if he was fearful of something. Yi Xian looked at Tendo and blinked. What's this woman doing here? Suddenly, the black-robed old man spoke in a low voice. Didn't you say that you wouldn't interfere? Tendo smiled. I just came to have a look. I don't have any plans. Suddenly, Yi Xian appeared in front of Tendo. He grabbed Tendo's hand and spoke excitedly. You're finally here. Everyone was speechless. A Qian looked at Amu. Are they very familiar with each other? Amu blinked. Perhaps. A Qian was speechless. In the sky, Tendo looked at Yi Xian and blinked. We are very familiar with each other. Before she could finish speaking, Yi Xian suddenly snatched the small fish from her hand. He chewed on it and then gave Tendo a thumbs up. Delicious. It's much better than the last time you made it for me. Your cooking skills have improved a lot. Everyone was speechless. In the distance, the black-robed old man's face was gloomy and scary. These two have such a good relationship. In front of Yi Xian, Tendo looked at Yi Xian and blinked her eyes. Yi Xian suddenly said seriously, Don't worry, I Yi Xian am here. As he spoke, he turned and pointed at the black-robed old man. I swear, as long as I still have a breath left in me, these people can forget about destroying our fifth dimension. I will use my life to guard the fifth dimension together. Whoever wants to harm, whoever wants to destroy the fifth dimension, must step over my, Yi Xian's dead body. As soon as he finished speaking, his body suddenly trembled violently. Then, tiny red runes that could be seen with the naked eye suddenly appeared on top of Yi Xian's head, and then entered Yi Xian's body one by one. Yi Xian was stunned. This was different from the oath he made in the past. In the distance, Xiao Dao's face was terrifyingly gloomy. He swore to Tendo. Is this guy crazy? Feeling those tiny runes enter his body, Yi Xian suddenly panicked. He looked at the sky and hesitated for a moment, then said, Can't I just pretend that I didn't make an oath? Tendo blinked her eyes. It's too late. The karma has been formed, fate has been decided. Yi Xian was speechless. P.S. The monthly votes are so few. Did I do something wrong? Chapter 1136. Oath. It must be said that at this moment, Yi Xian was really panicking, because he felt that the oath he made was different from before. In the distance, Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian and shook his head. Swearing to Tendo. Under normal circumstances, swearing to an ordinary person was useless, as it would not form karma. However, Yi Xian was different. He was not an ordinary person. Moreover, he did not have the ability to cut off his own karma. Of course, the most important thing was that the person he swore to was Tendo. Tendo. This represented the karma of the entire fifth dimension. Yi Xian swore to her. Just as Tendo said, the karma was formed, and his fate was set. What karma? The karma of Yi Xian and the fifth dimension. What fate? The fate of Yi Xian and Tendo. Thinking of this, Xiao Dao shook his head again. Really a pig brain. In front of Yi Xian, Tendo sincerely said, Thank you very much. I represent the billions of creatures in the fifth dimension to thank you. Yi Xian smiled. We are on the same side. Why are you being so polite? Then he turned to look at the black-robed old man. If you have any dirty tricks, use them all. After saying that, he retreated to the side of Tendo. In the distance, the black-robed old man looked at Tendo. Didn't you say that you would not care about anything? Tendo blinked. I really did not care about anything. The black-robed old man stared at Tendo. You are with him. Tendo was about to speak, but Yi Xian suddenly pulled out his sword and pointed it at the black-robed old man. What nonsense are you talking about? If you don't want to fight, then quickly scram. I am telling you, I represent the billions of creatures in the fifth dimension to tell you that we do not welcome you. I will give you 3 days. If you do not scram from the fifth dimension, then I will not be polite. The black-robed old man looked at Yi Xian. You are so arrogant. Yi Xian laughed. Do you think we're joking with you? As he spoke, he looked at Tendo. Do I make sense? Tendo gently bit the grilled fish in his hand and said, Makes sense. Yi Xian nodded, then looked at the black-robed old man. Why aren't you attacking? Was he worried about the Tendo? Don't worry, she won't make a move. She was just watching from the side. I'll fight you. Yi Xian, will beat all of you up. Tendo looked at Yi Xian. I won't make a move. Yi Xian nodded. Don't make a move. I'll go first. We'll talk about it if I can't beat them. Tendo blinked. She still wanted to say something, but Yi Xian had already rushed towards the black-robed elder in the distance. A ray of sword light tore through the battlefield. However, Yi Xian's sword missed because the black-robed elder had already retreated hundreds of feet. He did not make a move. In fact, the one the higher-ups were afraid of was not Yi Xian, Arrow, or Xiao Dao. It was the Tendo in front of them. Tendo. How strong was this woman? No one knew. If she intervened, they would have no chance of winning, because their people did not come down. Relying on the experts that they had cultivated and gathered in this cosmos, it was impossible to fight against Tendo and the others. It was not enough. Moreover, there was still Xiao Dao and Arrow who was about to break through. If these 3 women joined hands, they would be invincible in the fifth dimension. The black-robed old man looked up at the sky. Should he make a move or not? He naturally had a trump card. However, because of the addition of the Tendo, his trump card seemed powerless. He knew that even if he used all his trump cards, it was still impossible to kill the woman in front of him. Right at this moment, ripples suddenly appeared in the space in front of him. After a short moment, the black-robed old man took a deep look at the Tendo and Yi Xian, and then he turned around and left. Seeing this, Yi Xian was about to chase after him. Next to him, Tiandao suddenly laughed and said, "The person behind him can kill you." Yi Xian hurriedly stopped, and then he turned around to look at the Tendo. Is he really that strong? The Tendo laughed and said, "You can't kill him. It's more important to wait for arrow to break through." Yi Xian looked at the Tendo. "You're not angry?" The Tendo laughed. "Are you talking about how you used me?" Yi Xian nodded. The Tendo shook his head and chuckled. "What's there to be angry about? Wasn't I using you as well?" Yi Xian chuckled. "You have a good attitude." The Tendo looked at Yi Xian. "Can I have a look at your study?" Yi Xian laughed. "Of course." After that, he flicked his finger, and the study landed in front of the Tendo. The Tendo looked at the study in her hand, and then she returned the study to Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at the Tendo. "Do you know what's inside?" The Tendo laughed. "The things above." Yi Xian still wanted to ask something, but the Tendo suddenly said, "There is a barrier between the upper realm and us. The barrier is formed naturally by the laws of the universe. It is indestructible, and they don't have the ability to destroy it. But," saying that, she smiled. "They are trying to sneak down." Yi Xian frowned. "Sneak down? Can I?" The Tendo laughed. "Of course you can." At this time, Xiao Dao suddenly appeared beside the Tendo. She looked at the Tendo. "What do you mean by sneak down?" The Tendo chuckled. "The spirit tribe." Hearing this, Xiao Dao's expression changed. "The spirit tribe." Yi Xian looked at Xiao Dao. "The universal barrier is useless against the spirit tribe?" The Xiao Dao nodded. "It's useless, because they can even swallow the universal barrier." Hearing this, Yi Xian's pupils shrank. "So abnormal?" The Xiao Dao said. "They are more than abnormal. They are very, very abnormal. If they go to the sixth dimension, the sixth dimension may not be able to stop them." The Tendo said softly, "It's a 40-60 chance." Little Taoist looked at Heaven's Will. Heaven's Will smiled and said, "The sixth dimension of Yin spirits. If it was in the past, the sixth dimension would have been crushed because that was when the Yin spirits were at their strongest. At that time, they were invincible and unstoppable. If it wasn't for swordsmen, the spirit tribe would have dominated the fifth dimension and the sixth dimension." Yi Xian asked, "What about the sword sect?" The Xiao Dao said softly, "They didn't confront the sword sect head-on. It's not difficult for them to use some special methods to help the people from the upper realm come down." Yi Xian asked again, "Is there a big difference in strength between us and the upper realm?" The Xiao Dao smiled. "You can ask the Tendo." Yi Xian looked at Heavenly Dao, and Heavenly Dao said softly, "There's still quite a bit of difference. Of course, it's not as if we don't have the power to fight back. However, if they borrow the nether spirits, what you have to worry about is whether the sword sect can completely fend off the nether spirits. The worst-case scenario is that the sword sect will be held back by the nether spirits, and they will send some people to help the upper realm to deal with you. If that's the case, then you're finished." Yi Xian blinked. "Isn't it us? Think about it. If the spirit tribe enters the fifth dimension, won't the fifth dimension disappear?" The Tendo nodded. "Indeed," Yi Xian said seriously. "So we have a common enemy." The Tendo smiled. "They will only attack you. They won't attack me." The Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "What happens after they attack me? Won't you be the only one left?" The Tendo smiled mischievously. "They won't kill you." After saying that, she turned around and left. Yi Xian. The Xiao Dao looked at the Tendo and said softly, "You shouldn't have made that oath to her." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Xiao Dao, what will happen if I break that oath?" The Xiao Dao shook his head. "I don't know, but it's definitely not a good thing." Yi Xian was silent. The Xiao Dao said again, Actually, it's not entirely a bad thing. Yi Xian looked at the Xiao Dao. The Xiao Dao smiled. Cause and effect. That's the cause and effect between you and her. Didn't you notice it? That is, although she didn't help you, she has always been on your side. Just like just now, if it wasn't for her appearance, we would have been in a tough battle. She is on your side now, or should I say, she has always been on your side. That's because you're not a threat to this universe, but the people above us are. Yi Xian smiled and said, Little Taoist, I don't understand. Why is he able to call out so many sovereign realm experts? Are sovereign realm experts everywhere like dogs? The Xiao Dao smiled. Think about it in a different way. It can be said that half of the ruler realm experts in this universe are with him, and the other half are with you. In other words, you're righteous gods. This universe has only had 50 to 60 ruler realm experts for so many years. Is that a lot? 50 to 60. Yi Xian chuckled. That's not a lot. The Xiao Dao nodded. Do you know why the Tendo is helping you? Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, Because they aren't just plotting against my study room. They are plotting against this universe. The Xiao Dao smiled. Why do you say that? Yi Xian said softly. With so many ruler realm experts, it's impossible for them to submit in such a short time. There's only one explanation, and that is those ruler realm experts have been colluding with them for a long time. The Xiao Dao nodded. Yes. In fact, if it weren't for you, those righteous gods might have followed them. If that's the case, then basically all the ruler realm experts in this universe are on his side. Yi Xian suddenly asked, Can all of them work together to overthrow the Tendo? The Xiao Dao was silent for a moment, and said, If it was a long, long time ago, 100 ruler realm experts and some shattering void tier elites could still pose a great threat to the Tendo. But now, as she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian. Originally, the Tendo wouldn't fight. She's very kind, just like the little white guy. Unfortunately, she wasn't as lucky as the little white guy to meet someone like the green-robed man. Yi Xian said in a low voice. She started to cultivate later? The Xiao Dao nodded. She started to learn later. She learned the martial arts of humans, and learned the advantages of all living things. It can be said that she has a very, very thorough understanding of humans and all living things. Her talent in cultivation can only be described as terrifying. At this point she paused, and then said, Can you feel the aura of Sword Dao on her? The Yi Xian was stunned. She's also a swordsman? The Xiao Dao nodded. Moreover, she's a very powerful swordsman. Yi Xian suddenly asked, Who's more powerful than the plain-dressed woman? The Xiao Dao suddenly punched Yi Xian's face. Chapter 1137. Bang. Yi Xian was directly sent flying, and this time, he flew as far as 1,000 feet. As soon as he stopped, a mouthful of blood essence sprayed from his mouth. All the women were speechless. Xiao Dao shook his head. I really couldn't restrain myself. At this moment, Yi Xian was quite stunned as well. That Xiao Dao was too ruthless. Didn't I just ask a question? She's really too violent. I'll never be able to get married in the future. Suddenly, the space above them split apart, and then a middle-aged man walked out from within it. The middle-aged man wore a black robe and held a folding fan in his right hand. Moreover, an old man was following behind him. It was the black-clothed old man who'd left earlier. He's here again. Yi Xian's brows knit together slightly. These fellows really don't know when to stop. Who's this fellow? Is he from this world? Or the Ascension Dimension? Yi Xian turned around to gaze at Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao glanced at the black-robed man. He's from the Ascension Dimension. They can descend here. They can descend here. Yi Xian gazed at the black-robed man. Since he was able to descend here, then it meant that he'd joined forces with the spirit of Yin. The spirit of Yin. Yi Xian restrained his thoughts and gazed at Xiao Dao. Protect arrow. Xiao Dao nodded slightly. Suddenly the middle-aged man smiled. Don't worry, I won't take advantage of them. As he spoke, he glanced at Arrow and smiled. I'll wait for her to break through, and then I'll fight her. All the others gazed at the black-robed man when they heard this. Arrogance? Or confidence? The black-robed man suddenly gazed at Xiao Dao, and then he grinned. Miss Xiao Dao, we're very curious about you. Because according to our investigations, you don't seem to be from the 6th dimension. Xiao Dao spoke indifferently. It's pointless to investigate me. The black-robed man shook his head. No, it's very meaningful. Currently, there are 5 people who pose the greatest threat to us. The first is the woman in the plain dress who has already left. This person is able to break through the barrier of the universe and rush into the 6th dimension. With this kind of strength, there is no one in the upper realm who is his opponent. As he spoke, he paused for a moment before continuing. The second one is the woman in the white robe. Her clone instantly killed a venerable envoy from the upper realm. With this kind of strength, if her original body was here, no one from the upper realm would be able to fight against her. Xiao Dao looked at the black-robed man. Then why are you still here to kill him? The black-robed man smiled and said, I'll answer that question later, Miss Xiao Dao. The third person was none other than the heavenly Dao. We still don't know how strong this person is. Furthermore, this woman wants us to fight to the death with you in the upper realm. This is an open plot. Even though we know her plot, we can't do anything about it. Because the price of killing her was far too great. Moreover, he might not be able to kill it. And this fourth one. As he spoke, he looked at Xiao Dao. This fourth one is you, Miss Xiao Dao. According to our investigation, Miss Xiao Dao seems to have suffered some kind of injury. Right now, Miss Xiao Dao's strength should be less than 20% of what it used to be. If Miss Xiao Dao's strength completely recovers, no one in the upper realm would be a match for Miss Xiao Dao. Yi Xian suddenly said, Am I the 5th one? Everyone. The black-robed old man behind the black-robed man glanced at Yi Xian, and the corners of his eyes twitched. Damn it, why are people from the lower realm so thick-skinned? The black-robed man looked at. This chapter is not finished. Please continue to the next page. Yi Xian smiled and said, You're not the 5th one. However, the 5 people who pose the greatest threat to us are all related to you. So we were hesitating about whether we should continue to fight for this study room. Yi Xian smiled and said, It's obvious that you've decided to fight for it. The black-robed man nodded and said, We have no other choice. Let's talk about the 5th one first. This 5th one is the Sword Sect. Fortunately, they're being held back by the Darkeen tribe, and can't come here for the time being. Otherwise, we wouldn't even dare to come down. Xiao Dao suddenly said softly, Actually, there are a few more. The black-robed man looked at Xiao Dao and said, Miss Xiao Dao, please tell us. Xiao Dao shook her head and said, Since you've chosen to be his enemy, you won't care about this. As she spoke, she looked at the black-robed man and said, I'm very curious. Why do you insist on that study room? The black-robed man said softly, Miss Xiao Dao, how much do you know about the prophet? Xiao Dao shook her head and said, Not much. The black-robed man nodded and said, The first place he stayed was in the upper realm. Of course, he was just passing by. Xiao Dao frowned and said, What did he do there? The black-robed man said softly, He did us a great favor. If it wasn't for his help, we wouldn't have been able to resist the 6th dimension. Xiao Dao stared at the black-robed man and said, Then why did you still kill him? The black-robed man looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, To be precise, we only wanted that Xiao Ta and the study room. However, we knew that he wouldn't take the initiative to hand it over. As for why we did this and why we targeted him, even though we knew that he had countless backers. As he spoke, he looked at Xiao Dao and said, Survival. Xiao Dao frowned and said, You can't survive in the upper realm? The black-robed man said softly, We've been fighting against the 6th dimension all these years. However, we still can't enter the 6th dimension. If we don't enter the 6th dimension, even we have to face the 5th dimension tribulation. Yi Xian suddenly asked, Why were you driven down? The black-robed man looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, Because we wanted to change the model above. Yi Xian frowned and said, Isn't that model quite good? The black-robed man shook his head and said, That model indeed protects that part of the universe. However, have you thought about those people at the bottom? Many people are destined from birth. They can't cultivate and can't enjoy spiritual energy. They can only be ordinary people. It can be said that from birth, their lives are destined. They can't cultivate. However, others can cultivate. The people of the Union Palace and the super forces can cultivate. Moreover, their people can obtain good cultivation resources from birth. As he spoke, he smiled and said, the cultivation resources and qualifications in the sixth dimension are in the hands of the top forces. They are all people, but birth decides everything. Hard work. Talent. Honestly, some people struggle their whole lives to pursue something, while some people get it the moment they are born. Do you think it's fair? Xiao Dao shook his head and said, since you're talking about birth, then I have to say a few more words. Birth is not something we can decide, but our life is something we can decide. Bad birth. Why don't you fight for it? If you're not born well and you're not willing to fight for it, then you're really done for. Moreover, forgive me for speaking bluntly. Since ancient times, many super experts were not born well at all. As she spoke, she looked at the black-robed man and said, although the system in the sixth dimension is unfair to many people, without it, the sixth dimension would have already been destroyed and the spiritual energy would have become sparse. It would have been on the verge of extinction. Of course, for the people below. If this chapter is not finished, please continue. For those people, it is indeed unfair because they are born in that world, but they can't enjoy the spiritual energy of that world. They can't cultivate, they can't change their fate, and they can't create their own lives. At this point, she shook her head again and said, there is no right or wrong, and there is no such thing as true fairness. There is no such thing as absolute fairness. Everyone was silent. Fairness? This was something that they had to fight for themselves. Without strength, what kind of fairness were you thinking about? It was more like eating a fart. The black-robed man smiled and said, Miss Xiao Dao is right. There is no right or wrong between us and the sixth dimension. It's just that our standpoints are different. It's just like us and you. We came to snatch the study room because we want to survive. Yi Xian suddenly shook his head and said, don't make it sound so dignified. Snatching things is snatching things. It doesn't matter what your purpose is. Just like me, if I don't have a wife, can I snatch your wife? If I don't snatch it, I'll be a bachelor. Therefore, it's not wrong for me to snatch your wife. It's just that our standpoints are different. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Amu and the other girls shook their heads and laughed. This analogy was too strange. Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. Although Yi Xian's words were very vulgar, they were reasonable. There was still a right and wrong. The black-robed man looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, no matter what, I want that study room. Yi Xian smiled and said, that's right. If you want to be a bad person, then do it thoroughly. Don't want to be a whore and also want to build a chastity memorial. However, what I don't understand is, why do you want to snatch the study room? Can this study room help you fight against the sixth dimension? The black-robed man nodded and said, it can. I don't know who the prophet is, nor do I know where he came from, but I know that the sixth dimension has a treasure in this study room. It was brought down from the sixth dimension by the prophet. Yi Xian frowned slightly and said, treasure? What treasure? The black-robed man smiled and said, I can't tell you. Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, a sword chime suddenly came from afar. Everyone turned their heads to look. There, a sword light soared into the sky. The next moment, a woman walked out from the sword light. Arrow. Arrow was wearing a silver armor and had a long sword at her waist. Her appearance had also changed. She was no longer the little girl from before, but now looked like a 17 or 18-year-old girl. After Arrow appeared, the countless experts of the Great Desolation country below suddenly cheered, and the cheers soared into the sky. In their hearts, Arrow was their faith. All the people of the Great Desolation country were looking at Arrow. In their eyes, there was fanaticism and excitement. Arrow walked in front of Yi Xian and the others. She looked directly at the black-robed man. The black-robed man sized up Arrow and said with a smile, as expected of the most outstanding person of the Cambrian, indeed powerful. As he spoke, he opened his palm and made a gesture of invitation. Please. As the voice fell, an invisible force suddenly shrouded the surroundings. In the field, except for him and Arrow, everyone else appeared silently thousands of meters away. The peak of the shattering void tier. Yi Xian's face was a little gloomy, and at this time, Xiao Dao, who was beside him, suddenly said, "Martial Saint. This is a martial saint. P.S. To be honest, I don't write books for money. Writing books is a hobby. Those who want to tempt me with monthly votes, I tell you, dream on. Even if I starve to death, I will never bow to monthly votes. I have a bottom line." End of this chapter. Chapter 1138. Martial Saint. Yi Xian looked at Xiao Dao. "What martial saint?" Xiao Dao said softly. "The pinnacle of martial arts is martial saint. This kind of person is extremely rare even in the 6th dimension. No wonder he dared to wait for Arrow to break through. He has the capital to do so." Yi Xian turned to look at the black-robed man and Arrow in the distance. The space they were in was very illusory, but it also felt very real. Both of them were in the shattering void tier. One was a swordsman. The other was a martial cultivator. At this time, Xiao Dao suddenly said softly, "Watch carefully, it should give you a lot of inspiration." Yi Xian nodded. At this time, Arrow's left thumb flicked lightly, and the sword in her hand suddenly flew out. The sword instantly flew up, and then slashed at the black-robed man in an extremely graceful manner. The black-robed man slightly leaned to the side, and dodged the sword by a hair's breadth. At this time, an afterimage suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Arrow. The sword had returned to Arrow's hand at some unknown time, and she slashed horizontally, directly slashing at the black-robed man's throat. The black-robed man's body bent slightly backwards as if it was broken, and this bend directly caused Arrow's sword to cut through thin air. At the same time, his right foot lightly tapped, and his whole body instantly moved back 30 meters. He had just retreated when a sword light just happened to fall where he originally stood, and almost at the same instant that this sword light fell, another sword light appeared in front of him. Before the first sword was finished, another sword arrived. The black-robed man did not dodge this time, because it was already impossible to dodge. When Arrow attacked with the first sword, she had already predicted the following 3 sword lights. The black-robed man suddenly put his hands together, and with this he directly blocked the sword light. However, in the next moment, 3 sword lights flickered around the black-robed man, and almost at the same time, 3 shadows of fists blasted on the 3 sword lights. Pung pung pung. With several muffled sounds, the two simultaneously retreated several dozen meters. After Arrow stopped, the sword in her hand suddenly flew out like a bolt of lightning. In the distance, the black-robed man blasted out a punch. Hong. The sword light stopped about 10 feet away from the black-robed man. The black-robed man lightly stomped his right foot, and his whole body suddenly shattered the sword light. The next moment, he was already in front of Arrow, and his fist was aimed at Arrow's head. This punch looked like an ordinary punch, without any energy fluctuations. At this time, Arrow suddenly became illusory. The black-robed man's fist struck empty air. Wherever his fist landed, the space there turned into nothingness, completely disappearing. The black-robed man abruptly moved sideways after his fist struck empty air. A ray of sword light brushed past his shoulder and slashed down. Almost at the instant the black-robed man moved sideways, the ray of sword light suddenly slashed horizontally. Chi. His sword missed. This was because the black-robed man had already retreated hundreds of feet away. He was floating in the air, and there was a shallow sword mark on his black robe. Meanwhile, Arrow suddenly walked towards the black-robed man with her sword in hand. As she walked, her body suddenly became illusory, as if she didn't exist at all. In the distance, the black-robed man suddenly clenched his right hand, and then his left palm pressed down lightly. As he pressed down, the space around him suddenly shook like a wave of air. Meanwhile, Arrow stopped moving. She gazed at the black-robed man, and then her figure vanished. The black-robed man's left hand suddenly pressed forward lightly, and at the same time, his right hand blasted out towards the right. Chi. Bang. 2 rays of sword light suddenly erupted from the right, and in front of the black-robed man. Meanwhile, the space around him suddenly trembled violently, and then an afterimage appeared in front of the black-robed man. It was arrow. Chi, 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 chi. In an instant, an expanse of rays of sword light crisscrossed through the space. It wasn't because there were many rays of sword light, but because arrow's attacks were too fast. Before the first ray of sword light was finished, another ray of sword light followed. At this moment, outsiders couldn't see what was happening in that space because the entire space was filled with rays of sword light. Yi Xian turned to look at Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao didn't speak, but his expression gradually became solemn. Noticing this, Yi Xian's expression also sank. At this moment, the space in the distance suddenly trembled violently, and then countless rays of sword light disappeared. At this moment, an afterimage retreated rapidly. That afterimage was Arrow. As she madly retreated, fists continued to appear in the space in front of Aluo. Each fist would force Aluo back dozens of feet. In just a few breaths of time, Aluo had retreated more than 10,000 feet, and the 10,000 feet of space in front of her was filled with fists. These fist prints stayed in the space for a long time without dispersing. After Arrow stopped, she suddenly raised her sword to block. A fist print slammed directly onto her sword. Bang! Arrow retreated by dozens of feet again. As soon as she stopped, another fist imprint appeared. At this moment, Aluo suddenly slashed his sword across his neck. Chi! In an instant, the fist print that had just appeared in front of her was reduced to nothingness. At the same time, all the fist prints that stayed in the space in front of Arrow instantly vanished. Immediately after that, the space in front of her suddenly split open. This split extended for thousands of feet, and at the end of that split space, a person appeared. It was the black-robed man. At this moment, there was a shallow sword mark between the black-robed man's brows, and this sword mark just happened to cut open his skin. It wasn't fatal, but it was disfiguring. The black-robed old man's expression became unprecedentedly serious when he saw this scene. This was the first time he'd seen the black-robed man suffer a loss. In the distance, the black-robed man touched his forehead and looked at the blood on his fingertips. He chuckled lightly, and then he looked at Arrow. What a powerful sword strike. Arrow's face was expressionless as she walked towards the black-robed man. At this moment, the black-robed man suddenly said, "Even if the two of us fought for 10 days, we still wouldn't be able to tell the difference between life and death." Arrow stopped and looked at the black-robed man. "You can call for help." The black-robed man smiled slightly. "This person definitely has to be called, but not now. This time, I came mainly to personally understand your strength." As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian. "And you?" Yi Xian smiled. "Understand me?" The black-robed man nodded. "Yi Xian, that study can't display its true value in your hands. If you're willing to give it to us, you can choose any treasure in the upper realms." Yi Xian opened his palm, and the executing heaven sword appeared in it. "Is there a treasure in the upper realms that's better than this?" The black-robed man glanced at the executing heaven sword and shook his head. Yi Xian took out the soul-suppressing sword and the Taiji shield. "Is there a treasure in the upper realms that's better than this?" The black-robed man fell silent. Yi Xian took out the world prison pagoda. "Is there a treasure in the upper realms that's better than this?" The black-robed man looked at Yi Xian. "Are you flaunting your wealth in front of me?" Yi Xian smiled. "Look, if you want a sword, I have the sharpest sword. If you want a shield, I have the hardest shield. Tell me, why should I trade with you? Or do you think that I, Yi Xian, am stupid?" The black-robed man smiled. "We will meet again." As he spoke, he and the black-robed old man became illusory. Yi Xian looked at Xiao Dao. "Can you make them stay?" Xiao Dao shook his head. At this time, the black-robed man and the black-robed man had already disappeared. In the square, Yi Xian looked up at the sky with an expressionless face. He was too passive. He could only take a beating. He had no initiative at all. This was not good at all. Yi Xian suddenly said, "Can we go up?" Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. "You want to go up?" Yi Xian nodded. Xiao Dao shook his head. "Not now. My strength doesn't allow me to." Yi Xian was about to speak when the Tendo suddenly appeared again. Everyone looked at the Tendo. The Tendo looked at Yi Xian. She smiled. "I'll take you somewhere. Do you want to go?" "Go somewhere?" Yi Xian frowned. What place? The Tendo smiled. You'll know when you get there. Let me tell you. There are benefits. Yi Xian looked at the Tendo. You're not trying to scam me, are you? The Tendo blinked. You can say that. Yi Xian was speechless. The Tendo continued. But there are really benefits. Yi Xian asked. What benefits? The Tendo smiled. Are you going? Yi Xian pondered for a moment. Then he said, I'm going. Anyway, he was barefooted, so he wasn't afraid of those who wore shoes. Who's afraid of who? The Tendo smiled. Let's go. With that, she turned and left. At this moment, Xiao Dao suddenly appeared in front of the Tendo. I'll go with you? The Tendo smiled. Xiao Dao, you'd better hurry up and recuperate. It's not just them. You're in danger too. After all, you haven't fully recovered your strength. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly took out some purple gas and gave it to Xiao Dao. He smiled. Miss Xiao Dao, you should recuperate first. If she wanted to harm me, she wouldn't have used such tricks. Xiao Dao glanced at the Tendo and nodded. As Yi Xian said, the Tendo would not harm Yi Xian in a short time. Because without Yi Xian, she would have to face the upper realm by herself. Moreover, killing Yi Xian would not do her any good. Xiao Dao put away the purple gas, while Yi Xian and the Tendo disappeared in the distant sky. In the field, Arrow suddenly said, too passive. Xiao Dao looked at Arrow. Arrow said softly, this world is not fun anymore. Everyone. Xiao Dao took a deep look at Arrow. She knew that Arrow wanted to see the outside world. After all, Arrow had reached the peak of this world. It was normal for him to yearn for the outside world. In the distant sky, Yi Xian followed the Tendo and slowly walked forward. After a while, the two came to a starry sky. The Tendo looked around and said softly, look how beautiful this starry sky is. Yi Xian's expression was a little strange. Did this woman bring him to see the scenery? The Tendo smiled softly and said, in the beginning, this world was more beautiful. Unfortunately, you have not seen it. Yi Xian suddenly asked, Miss Tendo, how was this universe formed? The Tendo looked at Yi Xian and said, you asked this question. Yi Xian asked again, you don't know? The Tendo shook her head and said, the origin of the universe is not something we should worry about. Yi Xian suddenly asked, what about the origin of life? How did the first life come about? Do you know? The Tendo looked at Yi Xian and slowly clenched her right hand. Chapter 1139. Seeing Tendo clenching her fists, Yi Xian's expression changed and he quickly said, I won't ask anymore. Tiandao blinked. Are you really not going to ask? Yi Xian nodded. I won't ask anymore. His intuition told him that this woman in front of him definitely wanted to hit him. Tendo smiled and said, actually, these questions you asked are also what I want to know. Yi Xian frowned slightly. You don't know either? Tendo nodded. I'm not omniscient. Saying that, she walked into the distance. She glanced at the starry sky in front of her and said softly, before I appeared, this universe already existed. Yi Xian was silent. Tendo pointed at the planets in the distance and said softly, look, these countless planets in this universe are rotating on their own in a regular pattern. There are also all living things. If you look carefully, you will find that everything is operating and developing according to a certain pattern. The sun sets and rises, the tides rise and fall. The four seasons change, birth, aging, sickness and death. Saying that, she looked at Yi Xian. Someone once told me that this is the Tao. The Tao is natural, and the Tao is ever-changing. However, how does this Tao exist? Is it natural or man-made? If it exists naturally, then how did this universe form? Who was the first life in this universe? How was it formed? Yi Xian was silent. Tendo said again, Great Tao, karma, fate. Who was the one who first proposed these? Speaking of fate, birth, aging, sickness and death, is this the fate of all living things? Not to mention humans, even an entire universe would one day perish. Many people say that they want to defy the heavens and change their fate. Since ancient times, who can truly reverse life and death? Saying that, She looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "All living things in the universe have their own fate." "What do you mean by changing fate? Don't you know that the fate you should change is also your own fate?" Yi Xian suddenly asked. "What about the woman in the plain dress?" Tendo was silent. Yi Xian looked at Tendo and said, "I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm just asking." The Tendo said softly, "She has gone too far." Yi Xian was puzzled. "What do you mean?" The Tendo chuckled and said, "She has already embarked on the Great Tao." "Walk out of the Great Tao," Yi Xian said in a low voice. "Release one?" Tendo nodded. "Currently, the highest realm known in our universe is solitary release. Solitary release is not within the Great Tao, and is not bound by fate and karma. Only when one reaches this level can it be considered true freedom. However, because of you she jumped in again. Of course, her behavior is against the rules. After jumping out, she jumped back in. This is very unfair to those of us who are still within the rules. It's like a scholar going to a private school to study with those children. It's not fair." Yi Xian was speechless. The Tendo said, "However, she also has her own troubles, and her troubles should be related to you." Yi Xian said softly, "Xiao Dao said that it's my karma." The Tendo nodded slightly. "You have great karma, karma that doesn't belong to this world." Yi Xian looked at the Tendo and said, "Miss Tendo, why are you telling me so much?" The Tendo smiled and said, "There's no other reason. I'm just chatting." Yi Xian suddenly asked, "You want to protect this universe, right?" The Tendo nodded. "Yes. The mistakes of all living things should not be borne by this universe." Yi Xian looked at the Tendo and said, "The fifth dimension has nothing to do with you?" The Tendo smiled and said, "Don't think too much about it. I still don't have the ability to create a fifth dimension. Don't care too much about the living things of this universe, especially the humans. From the point of view of a bystander, don't you think that the actions of humans and many other races really deserve to die?" Yi Xian was silent. The Tendo said softly, "Among all the races, humans are the most greedy. In order to plunder, they are willing to do anything. The appearance of the fifth dimension is the universe's way of protecting itself. Regarding this, I can only say that all living things deserve to be punished." As she said this, she glanced at Yi Xian and said, "Don't think about stopping this fifth dimension. Let alone you, even that plainly dressed woman can't stop it. If you stop it, the universe will be destroyed, and all living things in this universe will die." Yi Xian was silent, and his heart was filled with complex emotions. Fifth dimension tribulation. This tribulation was caused by this universe. If he wanted to stop this tribulation, he had to destroy this universe. And destroying this universe was equivalent to destroying all living things. Leaving this universe. This was the only choice for all living things in this universe. As if she knew what Yi Xian was thinking, the Tendo suddenly said, "Leaving this universe is indeed a good choice, but how many people can leave this universe? Do they have the ability? Even if everyone has the ability to leave, where can they go? Go to the sixth dimension? Do they welcome you?" As she said this, she paused and then said, "Rather than placing your hopes on other universes, why not properly protect this universe?" As she said this, she seemed to have thought of something and shook her head with a smile. Actually, people are selfish. For example, the first group of human experts. Their thinking was very simple. In any case, as long as I'm alive, it's fine as long as the universe isn't destroyed. As for after I die, who cares if a flood overflows the heavens? To put it simply, the ancestors enjoy a blessing, while the descendants suffer a calamity. Yi Xian softly said, "Is there really no other way?" The Tendo looked at Yi Xian and said, "Do you want to save all living things in this universe?" Yi Xian said, "Is there no way to make the best of both worlds?" The Tendo looked straight at Yi Xian and said, "There is. I can temporarily prevent the fifth dimension's calamity, but the people in this universe have to change. Everyone will become ordinary people again. They will no longer be able to cultivate, they will no longer be able to plunder spiritual energy, and they will no longer be able to destroy this world's spiritual energy. All cultivators will have to disperse their own cultivation, and return the spiritual energy to this universe, allowing it to recover. Yi Xian shook his head. Impossible. Have everyone disperse their own cultivation? That was simply impossible. No one would be willing to do that. Even the woman in the plain dress couldn't do that. The only thing she could do was to kill everyone with a single sword strike. At this moment, he finally understood what the woman in the plain dress had said before. This was a calamity in the hearts of people. It wasn't something that could be solved by force. The Tendo looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "You see, you also think that it's impossible. Therefore, I never thought about how to save the people in this universe, because no one is willing to change. Of course, if they want to leave this universe, I won't stop them. However, if they want to destroy this universe, that's impossible." Yi Xian looked at the Tendo and said, "Why can you stop the fifth dimension's calamity?" The Tendo blinked and said, "I lied to you. Actually, I can't do that." After saying this, she walked into the distance. Yi Xian looked at the Tendo. He knew that this woman could stop the fifth dimension's calamity. Of course, he wouldn't ask her to do anything. Yi Xian was no saint. Now that he thought about it, the Tendo didn't owe this universe anything. She also didn't have any obligation to protect the people of this universe. Just like the woman in the plain dress, he absolutely wouldn't ask the woman in the plain dress to protect this universe at all costs. Because she also didn't owe this universe anything. If she had the ability, then she could do whatever she wanted. That was her own business. If she didn't have the ability, then she shouldn't care about anything. If she had the ability, then she should do whatever she wanted. In any case, he had already thought about it. If the fifth dimension's calamity really came, he packed his loved ones into the tower and ran for his life. Stop the fifth dimension's calamity? That was simply unrealistic. There was no way to stop it, because stopping the fifth dimension's calamity would mean destroying the universe. If the universe was destroyed, was that any different from a fifth dimension's calamity? Thinking of this, Yi Xian shook his head and sighed. No matter what he chose, he would die. Not to mention escaping, the sixth dimension didn't welcome people here. At this time, the distant Tendo suddenly said, "We've arrived." Arrived? Yi Xian looked up. In that starry sky, he saw a bamboo house. The bamboo house was floating in the starry sky. Yi Xian looked at the Tendo. The Tendo smiled and said, "This is where I live." After saying this, she brought Yi Xian to the front of the bamboo house. On the bamboo door, there were two small words, "Elegant Residence." Elegant Residence? Yi Xian softly said, "This name is elegant and small." The Tendo smiled and said, "In countless years, you are the second person to come to this bamboo house." Yi Xian asked, "Who was the first?" The Tendo faintly smiled and said, "The Prophet." "The Prophet?" Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "He came here?" The Tendo nodded and said, "He came here. He chatted with me for a while. I have to say, he is a very knowledgeable person. In terms of fighting, he certainly can't beat the plain-dressed woman. However, in terms of understanding of this world, I feel that no one can compare to him." After saying this, she brought Yi Xian into the bamboo house. After entering the bamboo house, Yi Xian discovered that there were huge bookshelves inside the bamboo house. On these bookshelves, there were countless ancient books. Yi Xian was shocked by the scene in front of him. The Tendo looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "Surprised?" Yi Xian nodded. Tiandao pointed at the ancient books and said with a smile, "These ancient books were created by the various races. They contain knowledge and are very, very interesting. Unfortunately, many races, including your human race, don't care about the knowledge and culture of their ancestors at all. They only care about some cultivation ancient books or secret techniques and mystiques. Actually, in my opinion, those humanities, history, and academic studies are more interesting." Yi Xian looked at the Tendo and said, "What do you mean?" The Tendo smiled and said, "Let me ask you a question. What is the structure of space?" Yi Xian was stunned. The Tendo smiled and said, "See that? You have the space Dao law and can use space. However, you don't understand space much. You are all learning the form and not the essence." As she spoke, she paused before continuing. I admire the prophet because everyone else is cultivating the Tao, cultivating immortality, cultivating the sword. Only he is cultivating. Of course, it is quite tragic for him because he schemed against someone he should not have schemed against. As such, the one who cultivates is killed by the one who cultivates the sword. After saying this, she looked at Yi Xian and said, "This cruel fact tells us that no matter what we cultivate, we must have great strength. Otherwise, it will all be for nothing. So, ever since he died, I started to repair everything." Yi Xian was speechless. P.S. Recently, the editor asked me that my monthly votes seem to be a little low. Is there something wrong with me? I said that the readers don't go to work and are short of money, so I don't have monthly votes. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.